Hello, the stream. Oh, what the hell? Okay. Getting ready for another day of audiobooking.
Forward. In this forward. In forward. In this book, you'll meet a character. Her name is Perrin of the family Arcus, and she is a new instructor at the academy. Perrin is also academy. Perrin is also trans. There's a good chance if you're reading this that you already know Underrealm was designed to be an inclusive and diverse fantasy world. That might be why you wanted to read it in the first place. When I wrote Underrealm's first series, the Nightblade Epic, I made the High King Enelin a trans woman. For those who don't know, king and queen are gender-neutral terms, and there are kings and queens of various genders across the 9 kingdoms.
Yunhaths. Yes, that is definitely part of it. It was not... I couldn't really stream while the kids were in the house. I've also... before summer, even, I wasn't streaming audiobook work. I felt weird about it, but I have done enough of it now that I feel okay streaming it.
The 9 kingdoms. As with Perrin, or with most other Underrealm characters, her transness was not a huge component of her story. It was simply a part of who she was. Many readers were pleased with the decision and liked seeing Enelin in this world. But, too, some trans readers reached out to me with more information. Enelin's experience is not universal. She is what we would call entirely passing. That is, you wouldn't know she was trans if you met her on the street. I have to interject here. I personally really street. I have to interject here. I personally really dislike the word passing because it implies its own position towards one end of a spectrum and the other end would be failing. This is a sentiment I have seen my trans readers express, and I share in their frustration. However, it's not my word or my community, and for the purposes of this foreword, I'm not aware of another word that communicates the same idea as succinctly. I checked with readers before using it here, but it was the best any of us could do.
Yeah, it's good to be streaming again. I like it.
Some trans people are not able to achieve a passing look for themselves. Others do not want to. People in both groups are entirely 100% valid, and it seemed clear that they would like to see themselves in Underrealm as well. Thus, Perrin. Perrin is trans, but she did not feel the need to transition to a passing standard. She was big, and I mean truly big, all her life, and from her family she inherited a great shaggy mass of hair. If you imagine a close relative of Hagrid from Harry Potter, but with a much sharper mind, you'd have a good idea of how I imagine her. Not that my imagination is anything but marginally more important than anyone else's. Just how far did she transition? Who knows? It's not my business. Maybe she just shaves and wears feminine clothing. Doesn't matter. She's a trans woman. Clothing. Doesn't matter. She's a trans woman. And so she was introduced. She's a trans woman. And so she was introduced. Most of the Most of the readers who had come from the Nightblade epic and who had raised the issue with me in the first place seemed pleased. And then, earlier this year, the Academy Journals got a huge promotional boost online. A huge line. A huge flood of readers found and began reading the series, partially because of the representation they had heard was in it. These were brand new readers. They had never read the Nightblade epic, and they had never been involved in the discussion around Enelin and thus Perrin. I had made a huge mistake. For reference, here is the paragraph that introduces Perrin. There behind the lectern was, quite simply, the most massive woman he had ever seen. Her shoulders seemed to stretch as wide as Eben's arm span, and though the ceiling was at least a pace above her head, at least a Eben's arm span, and though the ceiling was at least a pace above her head, her stature made it seem that she might bump against it. Huge hands gripped the lectern's edges and nearly enveloped it, and her dark gray instructor's robes strained mightily to contain her frame. Her eyes seemed frame. Her eyes seemed small compared to the rest of her ruddy features, yet they sparkled with interest even when the sunlight missed them. Eben thought this woman looked nothing like a wizard, but rather a mighty warrior of campfire legend, stripped of armor and shrouded instead in cloth, against which her body tried to against which her against which her body cloth, against which her body tried to rebel. That description tried to rebel. That description made existing Underrealm readers who cared about trans representation say, "Oh, cool, she's an absolute brick shithouse. Oh, cool."
Oh, that's awesome. I can't remember. I can't remember if I already knew that you had found me through Tumblr, but I am always so happy when that happens. That was weird.
Oh, oh, cool.
Yay! Yeah, Tumblr has been really good to me. It's funny because it's so off the radar for so many people, you know?
Say, "Oh, cool, she's an absolute brick shithouse." It's a body type women aren't often allowed to have in media. It is, I hope, its own sort of progressive statement to have a woman like this appear in a story, and never for 1 second have anyone question her identity or her femininity. Without all of the context I've presented here, however, it could also be interpreted that this description is how I view trans women in general. This point was brought up by a reader who was wonderfully thoughtful and, despite speaking in a moment of pain that I myself had caused, exceptionally
Smacky mouth during this recording. Boy, howdy. Yeah.
of pain that I myself had caused, exceptionally kind. Except caused. Self had caused, exceptionally kind. They were also willing to converse with me about how to remedy the situation, though they were under no obligation to do so. The feedback that they and others provided was incredibly invaluable, and I am eternally grateful to everyone who has weighed in. Yes, even those who were angry. Yes. In. Yes, even those who were angry with me. Can you blame them? I'd like to stress that I don't want to justify or minimize this mistake. I was trying to handle the problem, and I was trying.
Boy, this highlights the importance of keeping your throat and mouth in good shape when you're recording. Makes the editing process so much harder if you're smacking all over the place.
Mistake. I was trying to handle the problem, and that specific problem was addressed to the satisfaction of those who had brought it up. After the up. Was addressed to the satisfaction of those who had brought it up.
Oh, it's so a lot of times your mouth just makes these sort of clicks, and next time I handle one, I'll try to highlight it more. But it's this sort of, and bear with me, this is going to be kind of gross, but it's this sort of. And it just happens in the normal course of talking. And when you're recording on a very high quality microphone that's pretty close to you in a soundproof booth or a mostly soundproof booth, they really get exaggerated.
Brought it up. After the problem came up, someone suggested came up. Up. Some
And to be 100% honest, it's not something that a lot of people would notice. But if you're listening on high quality headphones, you really hear it.
came up. Someone suggested I change Perrin's description, that I make her smaller, more typically feminine, more passing. I didn't want to do that for obvious reasons. To do so would leave some of my own readers out in the cold. But it was my responsibility as a creator to foresee that my solution would create this new problem. I didn't predict that. That's not the creator to foresee that my solution would create this new problem. I didn't predict that. That's not okay, and it's in.
So here, you see these really big, ugly spikes right here? It's a really loud lip smack right before I say that. So we just literally go in and we say heal and heal and heal. And suddenly, we still got a little guy right here. That's what's interesting about them is you can always see them. It's this spike in the waveform, and sometimes they're quiet, so you have to expand the waveform. But it's like there's just a normal sound wave, and then bleh.
That. That's not okay, and it's entirely my responsibility. After a lot of conversations with people who, again, weren't obligated to help me and to whom I am exceptionally grateful, here is what I promised to do to fix the situation. Early in the next Academy Journals book, I'm going to introduce at least one other trans character who will counterpoint Perrin the same way Enelin was supposed to. In the next book, I will handle the reveal of Perrin's transness. Now, I already decided long ago.
And then when they're in the middle of a word, see, you can see how the waveform is like totally normal looking, and then there's this hideous like bleh.
Now, I already. Now, I already decided long ago that no trans character was going to be of Perrin's transness. Now, I already decided long ago that no trans character was going to be outed, i.e. revealed against their will. That will going to be outed.
Oh yes. Ugh. Such smack. Many mouth noise. Wow.
Going to be outed, i.e. revealed against their will. That will still be the case. I will figure out a way for Perrin to bring it up in a conversation that is natural and which Perrin can discuss on her own terms. There's absolutely no transphobia in Underrealm, and this conversation will reflect that. I will use the above reveal to explicitly address the concerns about how Perrin was first introduced and characterized, using it as a lesson to teach non-trans readers that the way a trans person presents is no business of anyone else, and is not a refutation of their gender identity. I will, again, do this in a way that contains no transphobia and makes it entirely a matter of Perrin's agency. In the books I write before the next Academy Journals book, I will ensure to include multiple new trans characters representing a variety of genders and body types to further stress the diversity that exists within the trans community. Finally, I'm going to work harder to find and work with more trans authors and trans sensitivity readers. We have some, but I could clearly use more. As another reader brought up, while these steps may go towards addressing the problem, brought up, while these brought up. As another reader brought up, while these steps may go towards addressing the problem, they still don't help any new readers who may read the Mindmage's Wrath without having broader context for trans people in Underrealm. And thus, this forward. When you meet Perrin in this story, I want you to know that she is trans. I want you to know that her appearance, though trans, I want you to I want you I want you to know that her appearance, though unconventional in our world, was of her own choosing. And I want you to know that she is not the single representative of trans people or trans culture. No one is. She is part of a wide spectrum of sizes, shapes, and presentations, all of which are valid, all of which are worthy. She is a trans woman. She is a trans... She is... Are worthy. She is a trans woman. She is a woman. There have been no new Academy Journals books since I made the above promises, but they are coming soon. Trademark. In the are coming soon. Trademark. In the meantime, if you want to read about other trans characters within Underrealm, I'd recommend our new series, Tales of the Wanderer. The first Tales of the Wanderer. The Wanderer. The Wanderer. The Wanderer.
The truest mark of an artiste. Yes, exactly. Soon, TM.
Series, Tales of the Wanderer. Series, Tales of the Wanderer. The first book, Bloodlust, can be purchased on our website at underrealm.net
Oh, God, these smacks are gonna kill me.
site at underrealm.net/books. The narrator of that series, Alburn of the family Telfer, is a trans man. Future books in that series will have more trans characters. Alburn is also a guest-starring character in 2 books of the Nightblade epic, Darkfire and Shadeborn, as well as the short story The Man and the Satyr. Also in Shadeborn, you will meet the High King Enelin, a trans woman. She appears again in the novel Weremage. And there are many more to come. If you have been a reader... Many more to come. If you have been a reader for some time, thank you for your patience as I learn how to do this better. If the Academy do this better. As I learn how to do this better. If the Academy Journals is your first introduction to Underrealm, welcome. I hope that you enjoy your time here, and that you appreciate the wide, diverse range of characters you'll find within. I know I sure do. Garrett Robinson, September 2018. The Mindmage's Wrath, Book 2 of the Academy Journals.
Wait, did I not? I did, right?
Legacy Books presents The Mindmage's Wrath, a Book of Underrealm, Book 2 of the Academy Journals. Find all the works of Underrealm at underrealm.net/books.
Yeah, I don't know why I recorded this again in here.
Chapter 20.
My poor editor must have just been like, I don't... Well, okay. Okay. Done forward. Oh, so last night I edited and scheduled the next episode of the podcast, which is going to be really fucking funny. I finished editing it, and then Megan and I listened to it, and we listened to it with our kids, and then I listened to it a couple more times while I was editing and revising it, and I laughed every single time. I think people are really going to like it. All right, coffee refill, and then we start on chapter 20.
Chapter 20. Despite their earnest search, they found nothing the rest of the day. Eben half wanted to spend the evening in the libraries to continue the hunt, but at the same time, he had no desire to miss their dinner with Adara. And so, reluctantly, they left the library and made ready for an evening upon the seat. Some days ago, Eben had asked evening upon the seat. Some days ago, Eben had asked Theron to recommend a fine tavern for their meal, and she had spoken of a place called the Sterling Stag. She had only been there once, but it had served the finest food she had ever tasted. When Eben asked her how she had afforded such a meal, she glowered and told him to mind his own business. Before they left, Eben bathed and dabbed on a bit of perfume he had bought some time ago and kept hidden in the chest at the foot of his bed. Finally, he met his friends in the hall and set out with them into the streets. Calum had washed as well, and had even combed his hair. To Eben's great surprise, even Theron had prettied herself up for the occasion, with 2 thin braids running back along her temples to join a tail into which she had woven back her hair. When she caught him staring, she gave him a pointed look, and he quickly turned. Snow drifted down gentle and lazy upon the air, dusting across their skin and catching in their eyelashes before melting. They had to draw their hoods up against the chill, and each wore the simple black coats given to students in wintertime. Calum kept looking. Time. Calum kept looking at all of them nervously, lips twisting one way and then another. Lips twisting. nervously, lips twisting one way and then another. Our student robes look a bit plain, do they not? He said, brushing at his legs as though they were dirty. It is a great honor to... They were dirty. It is a great honor to study at the academy, or so I have been told, said Theron. We look presentable enough. Do not worry. In truth, Eben's words were for him as much as for the boy, for he found himself more nervous than he had thought he would be. Theron saw it, and she frowned. Eben, you should not be this anxious. He scowled. I am not anxious. I only wish for the evening to go well. I know it. I will be on my best behavior. And I, said Caleb, but his voice cracked. Eben's favorite haunts were all to the west of the academy, and the Drayden family manor was due east, but the Silver Stag was to the southeast, and so he was walking along unfamiliar streets. But Theron knew her way, and she led them without pause. As they neared the High King's palace, buildings grew ever finer. More were made of stone, and so bore less damage from the attack upon the seat. Second floors and even third became more common, and the walls were often painted in bright colors. One place looked familiar, and Eben realized his Aunt Halab had taken him there when the High King's armies marched forth from the palace. But Theron turned away, and after only a few more blocks they stood before a grand two-story building with a stag painted in silver upon the door.
Hey, Casey, greetings. Welcome to stream.
Here we are. On the door. Here we are. Well, let us not stop, said Eben. Stop, said Eben. Most likely... Stop, said Eben. Most likely she has arrived already. But he did not take the first step. Indeed, we should not keep her waiting. But Caleb, too, remained frozen. Theron smirked and shook her head. You are hopeless, the both of you. She seized their arms and pulled them forwards, nudging the door open with her foot before half-tossing them both within. At once, Eben thought it must be the friendliest tavern he had seen on the seat. A bright buzz of conversation hung in the room, and no one spared them more than a curious glance before returning to their meals. A crackling fire burned in the hearth and flooded the room with warmth, which was strengthened by the many lanterns that hung low on the walls, so that the place was as well lit as though it were daylight. Eben saw no others in academy robes, not even instructors. Instead, there were many people with fine clothing, dresses and tunics and pants, all woven with the most expensive silks. A dozen perfumes wove a wreath of heady odor, and he drank it in with a long breath. They scanned the room, searching for an empty table, but before they found one, the tavern's matron approached. "The grandest of evenings to you, young ones. I am Kanda, and master of the Stag." She was a burly woman and tall, and gave them a look that was both polite and appraising. "I hope I give no offense, but I must tell you that the price of board here is more than you might be used to. Have you the coin to pay for it?" "We have," said Eben proudly, "but there is a..." Proudly.
I can do this on my own. Think before you
Proudly.
make up
"But there is a fourth in our party who may have arrived already. A woman of Idris?" "You mean Adara!" Kanda beamed a sudden smile.
Oh, see that? See that ugly? Ugly, ugly, ugh, ugh.
Kanda beamed.
Randa.
Kanda beamed a sudden smile. "Forgive me, young masters." Smile. "Forgive me, young masters. She did not tell me you were academy students, or I would have brought you to her at once. She waits at your table. Let me show you the way." Kanda set off through the room, leaning back and forth as she wove through the tables, and Eben followed with Caleb and Theron close behind. A moment later, he saw Adara. Tucked in behind a table in the corner, she was resplendent in yellow silk trimmed with gold. With a start, he realized she had worn the gold for him, for it was the color of the family Drayden. He flushed, even as she caught his eye, and they traded a grin. She rose at once and came around the table to greet them. "Adara, it is my pleasure to introduce you to Caleb of the family Connell," said Eben. "You already know Theron."
Think before you make up your mind. So I always get rid, I've talked about this before, but I always get rid of the breaths in between dialogue and narration transitions. Because the narrator is their own character. And when you've got a breath in there, it's like a miniature fourth wall break. The person listening is reminded that the same voice is doing the narration and the character. Whereas if it's completely silent in between, I've thought of a good visual metaphor for this, which is like, and of course it's a visual metaphor that I'm now going to try to explain verbally, but if you had three actors in a room, or if you had two actors, I guess, sitting next to each other on stools in the dark, and a light is on one actor, and when they finish speaking, the light goes down on that actor, and the light comes up on the second one. That's a very clear transition from one person to another. And that is what it's like when it's silent in between two different voices. When there's a breath in between the two voices, it's like there's an actor on a stool, and they're talking, and then when they finish, they get up, walk over to the next stool and sit down while the light follows them. And then they start to act like a different person. And you're like, oh, but it's the same person, you know? And it just makes it,
"Connell," said Eben. "You already know Theron." "Indeed. Well met." Adara leaned over to... well met. Adara leaned well met. Adara leaned over to kiss Theron's cheeks. Idrisians, said Theron. Cheeks. Idrisians, said Theron, rolling her eyes. Eben elbowed her. And
Oh, that looks like an ugly waveform.
elbowed her. And well met, of course.
Oh, sounded fine.
Adara smiled and then turned. Of course. Adara smiled and then turned to Caleb. And it is my pleasure to make your acquaintance, young lord. She made as if to give him. She made as if to give him the same greeting, but Caleb drew back, shifting on his feet. His feet. I am sorry, he mumbled. In Hedgement, he mumbled. He mumbled. In Hedgement, it is, Hedgement, it is, that is, such a greeting. Adara nodded at once. I am unfamiliar.
Sometimes when you can't see the problem areas, if you highlight it, they become much more obvious.
I am unfamiliar with Hedgeman's customs, she said easily. My apology. Easily. My apologies if I was unseemly. Not at all, he said, shaking his head. Eben stifled a grin as Adara turned to her chair. He took his seat beside her, with Caleb at his other hand and Theron to Adara's right. Kanda smiled. Tonight's meal is a fine roast of beef and a salad prepared in the manner of Idris, with vinegar at Adara's request. I also have some figs, if you would like them. Eben smiled at Adara, and her eyes glinted with delight. That did with delight. Glinted with delight. As glinted with delight. That sounds wonderful.
Those breaths.
With delight. That sounds wonderful, he said. And what? Wonderful, he said. And wine as well, please, for all of us. Adara raised a finger. A mead. Raised a finger. A mead for me. Kanda nodded and drew away. Eben looked to Adara with surprise. Mead? I thought you took wine. I do, when I am with the guild, for they choose what drinks to provide. When it is not my coin, I am not choosy. But wait a moment. You have hardly given me a proper greeting. She slid her hand across his cheek to the back of his head and pulled him in for a deep kiss. When finally he drew back, Theron was looking discreetly away, but Caleb was staring with eyes wide and mouth open. It was a moment before he came to his senses and blushed. Adara cast her gaze upon him with a smile. I apologize again, young lord, if we have given you further cause for embarrassment. I should be the one to apologize, mumbled Caleb. I am your guest. It is only that I am unused to such things. Forgive me. Think nothing of it. Just then, a girl came by with their wine. Caleb drained one cup quickly and then refilled it from the flagon. Theron raised her eyes at him. Adara sipped at him.
Ah, Dara.
At him. Adara him.
Ebony. Ebony, Dara.
Theron raised her eyes at him. Adara sipped at her mead. Very fine, she said, licking her lips in satisfaction. You made a fine choice in this place, Evan. You may thank Theron. It was at her advice. Where did you learn to drink mead? It is not common in either Idris or Feldemar. But I have not been to only those kingdoms. I left Feldemar in my youth and dwelt for a time in Dulmoon. That darkened their mood, and they fell silent. Eben and Calum looked down at the tabletop, and even Theron picked with her fingernail at the edge of her cup. My apology. Edge of her cup. Cup.
Cup. Burning or burning or
At the edge of her cup. My apologies, Adara said softly. I spoke without thinking. I did not mean to silence a pleasant conversation. Silence a pleasant conversation. Pleasant.
All right, Dunhoths, have good sleeping.
Pleasant. To silence a pleasant conversation.
I think I got it.
Conversation. Mean to silence a pleasant conversation.
Yeah.
It is nothing, said Theron. You can... said Theron. You cannot be blamed for the war Dulmoon chooses to wage upon us. They have always been a proud people, said Adara. Though I... said Adara. Though I am as shocked at anyone at their revolt, they are Mayap, the least surprising kingdom in which to find such treachery. For they are, after all, descendants of Rena Blackheart herself. I am only glad no others have joined them. Not yet, said Theron, but few are willing to wage war. Said Theron, but few are willing to wage war against them either. Hedgemond is willing, said Calum. Eben... Calum. said Calum. Eben was scarcely paying attention to the conversation, for he was deep in thought as he looked upon Adara. It surprised him, though he knew it. Adara. It surprised him, though he knew it should not have, that he had never learned of her time in Dulmoon. There was still much of her past he did not know. It bothered him, though he knew it should not. Adara caught him staring. She gave him a small smile and a peck on the cheek. Enough of darkness. Let us speak of something more pleasant. What have the three of you been up to? It has been some days since Eben and I spoke. Theron's mouth twisted. That subject is not much... Twisted. That subject is not much brighter than the other. We have found nothing of use, only dark words of peril. Calum looked wide-eyed at Eben. She knows of the theft from the vaults? She... Wide-eyed at Eben. She knows of the theft from the vaults? Eben nodded. Eben nodded. Of course, that is the least of the secrets she carries. Indeed, I had heard before Eben told me. The Academy is a wonderful place for many things, but keeping secrets is not one of them. Adara smiled and placed a hand over Eben's. But what are these dark words you spoke of? We have... spoke of. We have an answer at last to Kakit's amulet, or at least part of an answer, said Eben. It let her... said Eben. It let her cast Darkfire without mage stones. I have been doing some searching of my own, said Adara. I will... said Adara. I will spread word of this and see if it may unlock still more knowledge from those who help me. Eben those who help me. Eben frowned. What searching? Theron gave him a crafty smile. Do you know nothing of the Guild of Lovers? They are a meddlesome lot. Adara gave her an admonishing look before turning back to Eben. Different...
Smacky!
Before turning back to Eben. Different houses and members within the guild maintain close contact with each other. Our clients' secrets are never shared, but some information may be passed along if it does not violate trust. Since you first told me of the theft from the vaults, and then of that ghastly murder, I have had friends searching for any sign of the murder. I have had friends searching for any sign of the culprit. Eben's stomach lurched, and he spoke, soft but urgent. Adara, that may be folly. If anyone were to learn of your prying, they will not, she said, raising an eyebrow and smirking. As though Eben were both very sweet, she said, raising an eyebrow and smirking, as though Eben were both very sweet and very foolish. The guild looks after its own. In any case, I have learned nothing certain about the theft, though I have heard many other whispers. It seems there is a girl skulking about the seat. She wears black robes like a student of the academy. Theron looked at Eben. A girl? What did she look like? Adara shrugged. No one has gotten... she looked like? Adara shrugged. No one has gotten close enough to see, but she has spent much time around the northern end of the seat and after curfew. Eben raised an eyebrow at Theron. That sounds like something you might do, Theron. She frowned. Since the attack... She frowned. She frowned. Since the attack, I have been unable to sneak out. The sheds to help me are gone, and the instructors have placed new enchantments upon. And the instructors have placed new enchantments upon the walls and reinforced them often. And besides, I have no business in the north. It could be Lilith. Calum sighed. Eben shook his head. But for what purpose, Theron? If you think she is the thief, why would she spend time in the city? Theron glared, but she had no answer. Adara quickly went on to fill the silence. Whoever she might be, she is only one of the figures now skulking in shadows. Eben, your family's man, Mako, has been poking his nose all about the island. Eben shrugged. That is nothing unusual for him. His activities have greatly increased, said Adara. Adara, that man's heart is as dark as a sky without moons. Do not trust him. Mako warned me the day the seat was attacked, and that saved our lives. Mako warned me the day the seat was attacked, and that saved... Mako warned me the day the seat was attacked, and that's...
check. Oh, hey, now I got the Yeti. Okay, we got to record this pickup line real quick. Muckle warned me the day the seat was attacked, and that saved our lives, said Eben, somewhat surprised. Okay. I need to go get myself a cough drop. As a sky without moons, do not trust him. Muckle warned me the day that... Nope. Didn't hit record, did I? Without moons. Do not trust him. Muckle warned me the day the seat was attacked, and that saved our lives, said Eben, somewhat surprised to find himself defending the bodyguard. While the narration sounded awful, how's Eben's voice? Let's go try it.
And that saved our lives, said Eben. Do not trust him. Muckle warned me the day the seat was attacked, and that saved our lives, said Eben, somewhat surprised to find himself defending the bodyguard. If he is...
Sounds good.
Bodyguard. If... defending the bodyguard. If he is crafty and somewhat caustic-tongued, that does not mean he...
Oh, why does this keep happening?
Somewhat caustic-tongued, that does not mean he is rotten through. The deepest rot is the hardest to see, said Adara. I do not mean to tell you what you should... Adara, I do not mean to tell you what you should do, only that you should be careful. Gently she touched his cheek, and his irritation faded. Theron smirked. Theron smirked and shook her head, but Calum lowered his eyes and flushed with embarrassment. Eben gave him a pat on the shoulder. There, little lordling. You will soon be a man grown, and may yet become used to those who do not hide their affections. I did not think my presence would cause you such discomfort, Calum. Though she had been easy enough twice before, now it seemed to Eben that he heard annoyance in Adara.
What the fuck?
He heard annoyance.
It's funny, as I've been going through the working on this final edits, of this book, it seems like my editor is getting more and more paranoid about sounds and is cutting sounds out of the middle of words that don't need to be cut at all.
It seemed to Eben that he heard annoyance in Adara's tone. I know Hedgemond is no place like the Seat or Idris, where Eben and I hail from. Yet I had not thought it so bashful a kingdom as you make it out to be. It is not that, mumbled Caleb. It is only that... mumbled Caleb. Mumbled Caleb. It is only that... Well, you are very pretty and womanly. Adara's irritation vanished at once. She laughed lightly, spurring Eben to chuckle. I shall take... laughed lightly, spurring... She laughed lightly, lightly.
There you are.
Lightly. He laughed lightly, spurring Eben to chuckle. I shall take that as a high compliment, good sir, since I know that many fair ladies must have visited the courts of your family. Have I mayhap taken for discomfort what was, in fact, curiosity? If you should ever wish to step beyond the blue door, I am well familiar with the lovers in the various houses upon the seat. I assure you I could find a suitable... on the seat. I assure you I could find a suitable partner from among them for you. Caleb's face went beet red. I thank you for the offer, but no, I do not think I would enjoy such a thing. I must heartily disagree, said Eben. Said Eben. I myself found it most enjoyable. Adara smiled and placed her hand on his thigh beneath the table. Oh, I am... beneath the table. Oh, I am certain it would be a pleasure, said Caleb. The red of his face deepened as he heard his own double meaning. But... own double meaning. But I have a hope that one day I will find one whom I love, and that my first tryst might be with her. I do not wish the one without the other, if you understand me. I do, indeed. I do, indeed, said Adara softly. softly, "and I praise you for knowing your own mind so well. It is not common. Oh, it is well. It is not common, especially among men so young, if you will forgive me for saying so. Many never think upon what they truly want, and such a thing always leads to tears. For many, love is a necessary... For many, love is...
Oh my god.
For many, love is a necessary part of intimacy. For others, the two are close friends, often present together, but not always. It is better to know which is true for you before engaging in either." Caleb bowed his head and said nothing. Theron leaned away in her chair and said nothing. Theron leaned away in her chair, throwing an arm over its back. I myself... its back. I myself have always known which was which. To my mind, anyone who thinks they are one and the same is a fool. She gave Eben a hard look, and he glared back. But Adara only cocked her head. I do not know if that is true. As if to... that is true. As if to prove Theron wrong, Eben reached down to where Adara's hand rested in his lap and scooped it up in his own. Without thinking, she laced her fingers through his, and he kissed the back of her palm. I think that a night in bed might not always be a night in love, he said softly, and yet, sometimes, one may lead to the other, so that love springs forth unbidden. The words sounded foolish in his own ears as he said them, and he half expected to receive one of Adara's sharp, exasperated looks. But she smiled instead, a soft and gentle smile, hinting at nothing, promising so much. He had never known how much hidden meaning was in her eyes until then, when all pretense seemed removed, and he could peer deep into her heart for the first time, pure and unadorned, and revealed at last. She leaned in close, and in a murmur so low only he could hear it, said, "Sometime." It said, he could hear it, said, "Sometimes love springs forth indeed." Lover's words, came the whisper in his mind, but he could not stop the thrill in his heart.
Hey, chapter 20 done. Think before you make up your mind. Jeez, that was a long one. 21. Oof.
Chapter 21. The rest of their dinner passed light and fair, and after they finished eating, Caleb returned to the academy with Theron. But Eben and Adara stepped beyond the blue door, and he lingered there longer than he should have, so that by the time he returned to the streets, he had to hurry home for fear of missing curfew. Upon a time that would not have troubled him, but now the academy was strict about such things, and besides, he was still closely watched after his adventure in the vaults. He was only a few streets away when the sun vanished behind the western buildings. He picked up his pace, intent on reaching the academy before dark. But as he cut through an alley between two busy thoroughfares, a hand swept from the shadows and dragged him towards the wall. The hand clamped over his mouth, silencing his sharp and sudden cry. His every muscle tensed as he readied himself to fight, to cast a spell, to do something. But then he recognized Mako, and scrabbled to drag the bodyguard's hand away from his mouth. "There are other ways to get my attention," he groused. "You frightened me half to death." But then he paused, for Mako was looking all about him, peering over both shoulders as though expecting to see someone. Peering all about him, peering over both shoulders as though expecting to see someone lurking. All about him, peering over both shoulders as though expecting to see someone lurking, waiting to strike at them both. A crack around the corner made the man jump, though Eben recognized it as the sound of a barrel falling from a cart. This was so unlike Mako's usual conduct that Eben was shocked into silence. "I have found something most interesting, little gold shitter, but we must act quickly if we are to take advantage of it." Eben frowned. "What is it? What did you find?" "You know I have my ways in and out of the academy, ways that allow me to pass through the citadel unseen, to visit you and to see what may be transpiring within its walls." "I do, though I know not how exactly." "Nor should you." Mako smiled for the first time, and Eben found that strangely comforting. "Some knowledge is dangerous for others to have. Suffice it to say, my pathways take me through nooks of the academy that are seldom seen. Yet it seems one such nook has been visited by another." His fingers fished in a pocket on his black leather vest, and from it he drew a piece of parchment. This he unfolded and held before Eben. "Do you recognize this?" Eben frowned, but only for a moment before his eyes shot. "This?" "This?" Eben frowned, but only for a moment before his eyes shot wide with shock. It was a page torn from a vault logbook. From the yellowed edges and the fact that the paper had been torn out, Eben would have wagered it came from the same logbook they had found in the library, where they had learned of Kakit's amulet. "Where did you get this?" Mako cuffed his ear and snarled, "I told you, in one of the academy's hidden..." Snarled,
Nope.
and snarled, "I told you, in one of the academy's hidden passages. You are not seeing what is important. Look again." Eben scanned the page and read, "This globe's origins are unknown, though it has passed from hand to hand through the centuries, and many wizard kings used it. Likely one of them created it, a mentalist or elementalist who speaks the word." Then there was a word that was all inked over, as though some later cleric had sought to obscure it. "Shall cause the globe to erupt with terrible energy, killing all nearby but sparing the caster. This is a mentalist enchantment and summons no fire or thunder. The learned scholar will recognize this as a common enchantment in elder days of both mentalism and elementalism, but this is one of the more powerful examples found to date." Eben shuddered at the thought of what such an artifact could do in a crowded room. Unbidden, his mind showed him an explosion in a classroom, and he pictured the broken bodies left in the aftermath. But then he saw what had caused Mako such distress. Words in red ink, drawn near the bottom of the page and underlined twice. 30 Febris. He stared at it for a moment. "The eve of year's end. What do you mean for me to see about it? It is today's..." Realization struck him like a hammer blow, and his knees went weak. Mako saw it. His grin widened and turned cruel. "You see it now." Cruel. "You see it now, do you not, little gold shitter?" Eben snatched the page and threw the bodyguard's hand from his shoulder. He began to sprint from the alley towards the academy, but Mako seized him and dragged him back around. "Let me go!" Around. "Let me go! I must warn them!" "Warn who? Think, boy. What do you mean to do with what we know?" Eben blinked at him. "Catch Lilith, of course." "But catch her doing what exactly? Show your instructors now, and doubtless they will post guards around the vault. Lilith's name is not on that page. As it stands, she is blameless. You will not prove her guilt unless you find her with this orb afterwards, for now you know what you are seeking." Eben shook his head at once. "No, I will not let her steal it. I must catch her in the act. Last time an instructor lost his life, and there is every reason to believe that may happen again." Mako frowned, but he must have seen the resolution in Eben's eyes. In Eben's eyes. "Very well. Hurry then, Goldbag, and pray you are not too late. I have heard no tumult in the academy yet, so there may still be hope. But where will you say you found this..." "Be hope, but..." "But where will you say you found this page?" I know not, said Eben, wanting to run. Even now he was wasting precious time. Where did not, said Eben. No, not, said Eben, wanting to run. Even now he was wasting precious time. Where did you find it? Mako shook his time. Where did you find it? Mako shook his head. A fine attempt, but I am not so easily fooled. Say you found it under a hedge in the garden. Here. He took the page, dropped it under his boot, and mushed it about with his heel. It came up grimy and torn in the corner. That will help the lie. Now go! Eben turned and sprinted for the academy's front door. Academy's front door. His shoes pounded.
Okay, I've been going for an hour and 45, so I'm going to take myself a short break. Walk around, get off my butt. And I will be back in a few. Hey, we back. Oh, lordy lord. Valkyrie, greetings. So good to see you. Oh, I am already looking forward to my afternoon nap. It's going to be so good.
His shoes pounded on the stone floors of the hallways, and the slapping sound ran on ahead of him, echoing all around. So,
Hey, Dredd. Hope you had good doctoring.
on ahead of him, echoing all around so that it sounded as though an army ran beside him. But no, no army, only me and Mayup too late, he thought.
Dredd, I'm very happy for you. That's great. That's awesome. However, it's not a tumor. It's the first thing that I thought of. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be... I don't know how worried you were about it. I imagine that can be a worrying thing. But... Valkyrie, here's the wonderful thing. You too can have an afternoon nap. If you exist on a planet with afternoons and your body has the capacity for sleep,
He thought. At first he thought to make for the vaults to catch Lilith on his own, but almost at once he realized the folly of such a plan. She might have Kikit's amulet, and therefore power beyond reckoning, but even at her weakest she was far more than Eben's match. So he ran instead for the instructor's offices. Halfway there,
oh yeah, that sucks.
he rounded a corner and nearly ran into Theron. Eyes wide, she opened her mouth to ask him a question. "No time," he cried, wheezing and short of breath, and ran on. She caught up a moment later, running by his side. "Where are you?" "Where are you going?" "Gia, Lilith is about to strike." Her eyes narrowed as she doubled her pace. She reached Gia's office before he did and threw open the door for him. They practically fell in across the doorstep. He thanked the sky above, for Gia was there at her desk with Dasko. Both instructors looked at them wide-eyed in shock. "What is the matter?" said Gia. "Instructor." said Gia. "Instructor," said Eben. "Instructor," said Eben, wheezing as he thrust forth the logbook page. A fit of coughing claimed him, but he choked out his words. "I found..." "I found..." "I found this. The vault thief. They mean to strike again. Tonight." He thought she might look alarmed or Mayup frightened, but she glared at him instead. "Eben, you are specifically warned..." him instead. "Eben, you are specifically warned to stay out of..." "No!" cried Eben. "I found this in the gardens by chance, I swear it. Just look, Instructor." Dasko had taken the page from Eben, his eyes scanning the text. He took Gia's arm and she met his eyes. For half a moment they stared at each other. Eben held his breath. A blast rocked the academy, thundering through the halls. A chorus of screams followed it. Gia and Dasko fled the room, forgetting all about Eben, who followed at once. On he ran, though Gia screamed at them to stay back, to return to their dormitories. On past the students who stood mute and terrified, torn between curiosity at the commotion and fear of another attack, and may up a corpse awaiting them all. On with Theron beside him saying, "Not again, not again, sky above, please." A terrible whimper. A terrible whimper made all the worse coming from her. Another boom rocked.
Boom! Here comes the boom. Ready or not.
Another boom rocked the hallways, and more screams told them which way to go, though of course they did not need guidance, for they knew it came from the vaults. Just before they rounded the corner and reached the entrance, Gia and Dasko's eyes glowed white, and the two wizards transformed. Gia's robes sank into her flesh, and hair sprouted all over her body as she turned into a massive bear, its head nearly striking the ceiling. Dasko had become a beast of the far northern jungles, a cat-like creature with a huge mane of golden fur. Together they roared, loud and terrifying enough to make Eben's heart skip a beat. Almost he stopped in his tracks, for his limbs had seized up, but he forced himself onwards. Theron had not abandoned the chase, and her eyes glowed as she reached for her magic. He would not abandon his friend, nor his instructors, though he did not know what he might do to help. They crashed. Do to help. They to help. They crashed through the first door and into the vault's office. The last time Eben had passed through it quickly, he remembered.
I fucking hate this.
Through it quickly. He remembered the two high, tall windows in the walls. They were open now, their shutters flapping. He remembered the wide wooden desk where Egil worked, and the several smaller desks around the room's edges. But now his eyes were drawn to the student, hovering in the air 10 feet off the floor. A maelstrom poured through the windows, becoming a funnel of destruction that whipped him about. A lanky, tow-headed boy, eyes wide with pain and fright. Astrea's friend. Astrea's friend, Vali. And Vali screamed as magic crushed the life from him. Horror-struck, Eben was so focused on Vali that at first he missed Lilith. Then he saw her standing near the vault's entry. The door listed open. Lilith's eyes glowed as she held her hands high, commanding the squall. She grimaced as she shouted at Vali, "Stop it! Stop it!" Theron gave a wordless cry as her eyes sprang to light, and she leaped forwards to fight Lilith's magic. Gia and Dasko stormed ahead, one of Gia's massive paws catching Lilith in the chest and flinging her to the ground. Dasko planted a clawed foot on her abdomen, but Dasko planted a clawed foot on her abdomen, but Lilith managed to keep an arm raised, and the glow in her eyes did not die. Her lips quivered with words of power. Eben searched the room for something, anything to do. He saw a number of other students who had gathered at the commotion. Lilith's the commotion. Lilith's friends Orin and Nella were there, and some other members of the Goldbag Society. Isra was there, her dark brown eyes wide and staring, horror-struck, at Vali suspended in midair. Eben leaped forwards and pushed the three of them to draw their attention. "Use your power! Stop her!" Orin blinked without understanding, and Isra did not even look away from where Vali hung in the air. Eben...
Clues and Easter eggs.
"Use your power! Stop her!" Eben shoved Orin harder. "Stop her!" he cried again, pleading. As though waking from a dream, "Stop her!" he cried again, pleading. As though waking from a dream, Orin shook his head. He nudged Eben aside as light sprang into his eyes. Nella, too, shook off her horror, and her eyes glowed. But it was too late. With a cry, Lilith's arm fell to the stone floor. Vali screamed as the wind blasted him towards the wall. He struck the stones with the force of a thunderbolt. A wet snap filled the air. He crashed to the ground, head lolling to the side at a hideous angle. The room fell silent for a long moment. Then a piercing scream stabbed the quiet behind Eben. He turned, and his heart broke. There in the vault's outer doorway stood Estrella, clawing at her cheeks and neck as her wail rose higher and higher until it seemed to be the only thing in the world. "Get her out of here!" Gia had taken human form again, and she waved a sharp hand at Eben as she spoke. Shaken from his inaction, he went forwards to take Estrella's arm and pull her from the room. Isra darted to his side and reached down, sweeping Estrella up into her arms. As he stepped out through the door, he took a final glance back. Lilith had been seized by the instructors and several students. Someone had made a gag from a torn piece of robe and wrapped it around her mouth. She stood staring after Estrella with wild, sightless eyes. Theron stood to the side, stricken with horror. Then the door closed behind him, and there was only Estrella's scream. He tried to put a comforting hand on the girl's arm, tried to speak words of peace, but Isra had very nearly enshrouded the girl, and her eyes filled with raw fury whenever Eben tried to reach out. "Estrella," he said, trying to avoid Isra's hateful glare. "Estrella, it is all right." "Estrella," he said, trying to avoid...
Yeah, it's funny. It's been a while since I've been through these books, and in the recording and now the editing process of them, I really enjoyed seeing things and being like, oh, I forgot that I put that clue earlier in the book, but I did, and I recognize it.
There. "Estrella," he said, trying to avoid Isra's hateful glare. "Estrella, it is all right. It is all right." "It is not all right!" Estrella screamed, slapping at his hand. "He is dead."
So frustrating.
At his hand. "He is dead!" "Go away," Isra hissed. She turned back to Estrella, holding her closer, murmuring to her. Eben barely made out the words. Be calm. Breathe deeply, and put Vali from your mind." Estrella's breath came ragged, sucked in and pushed out between her teeth. Her hands shook where they clutched at Isra's robes. But slowly the tears stopped pouring from her eyes. Slowly her look grew far away. Slow. From her eyes. Slowly her look grew far away as she focused on Isra's words. Her breaths grew deeper, calmer. "There," said Eben quietly. "Good. Well done." I told you to leave us, said Isra. She released Estrella and stepped towards him, pushing him hard in the chest. You... The chest. You filthy goldbags. Can you not leave us alone? Can you create nothing but blood and... Can you not leave us alone? Can you create nothing but blood and suffering? Eben blinked at her. I had nothing to do... Be
Nope.
Be silent, Isra cried. Her eyes blazed with light. Fear seized Eben's heart as an unseen force hoisted him half a pace above the stone floor, and he knew it was her magic. You never fail to... It's her magic. Was her magic. You never fail to find ways to kill us without blame. How many died in the attack on the seat? Who started this war? Who will die on its battlefields? Not you, Goldbag. He tried to speak but could not. Some students stood within sight of them, but they were frozen in horror. Eben swallowed hard and tried again. And tried again. I want nothing of this war, he said.
Oops.
This war, he said, every word quivering. I am sorry. I know not what madness seized Lilith. I swear it. Lilith, I swear it. Lilith, I swear it. Lilith, I swear it. For a moment she only stood there, chest heaving with her breath. But then she let the glow slip from her eyes, and Eben fell to the floor, only just managing to keep his feet. Leave. Keep his feet. feet. "Leave," she rasped, and then turned to Estrella, who clung to her once more. "Leave, Goldbag. You can do nothing to help. You can only hurt." Eben wanted to answer, but had no words to do so. Instead, he turned and moved off down the hallway.
Boom! Dunzo. And we are officially past the halfway mark of the book, by the way, which is very exciting. Oh. Silly me. Next session's already ready. Yeah. Yeah.
Chapter 22. Eben woke to a dark day at the academy. It was the first day of year's end, but there was no celebration. Eben was grateful that classes were suspended for the holiday, for he could not imagine trying to sit in Perrin's classroom and read tomes of magic. Instead, he, Calum, and Theron went out into the gardens. Many students had chosen to remain inside, for it was now the dead of winter, and so they were alone among the hedges and bare rose bushes. For a while they said nothing. listening only to the crunch of their shoes in the snow, watching only the mist of their breath upon the air. Evan had his hood up against the weather, as did his friends, and so they rarely even looked at each other. "She stole more artifacts from the vaults," Theron said at last. "From what I can tell, the count is more than half a dozen. I no longer serve in the vaults, but I spoke with Ego, and he let it slip. She must have gone back and forth a few times, emptying rooms until Vali—" Her words tapered off. Evan shrugged his shoulders, hunching them as though against a bitter wind. He could scarcely close his eyes without seeing the boy's head twisting to the side and hearing the snap of a neck. Credel's death, at least, had happened out of sight, and he was an instructor. To murder a child so young, it made him heartsick to imagine the letter that must have been sent home to Vali's family. Lilith had been dragged off and delivered to the mystics. They would not kill her at once, though the penalty of death was certain. First, they would try to learn where the stolen artifacts had gone. He had been there when they took her away. Around her gag, she had muttered, "He was supposed to join us." Hey. When they took her away. Around her gag, she had muttered, "He was supposed to join us," over and over again. As she passed him in the hall, she had still been trying to repeat it around the cloth. "Credel was a tragedy," said Theron, the words quivering. "But had I ever imagined she might kill a boy so young, I would have stopped her. I would have snapped her neck Her voice shattered at last, and she hid her face behind her hood, her shoulders shaking with sobs. Evan had only seen Theron weep once before, and like then, it was an unnerving sight. He and Calum looked away, feeling suddenly awkward. Footsteps crunched across the snow towards... Awkward. Footsteps crunched across the snow towards them, and they looked up, grateful for the distraction. To Eben's surprise, it was Dasko. The instructor came forwards with his hood up and hands tucked into sleeves, shielding them. Hands tucked into sleeves. Sleeves, shielding them from winter's chill. He stopped a few feet away and nodded to each of them in turn. "Well met," he said softly. "I had hoped. I am sorry I could not come and see you earlier, Eben, but I wondered if I might still speak with you, as I requested some time ago. I would not think to trouble you now, but mayhap after the year's end feast." Evan glanced at Calum and Theron. "Of course, instructor." "Very good." But Dasko remained, fidgeting with his hands and tugging on his thumbs. Then his head jerked up, and he winced. "That is only part of the reason I have come. I must discuss an unpleasant bit of academy business. Might I—" He waved a hand. Eben glanced at Calum and Theron and then stepped away with Dasko. The instructor's gray eyes wandered for a moment before he spoke to Eben in a low murmur. "Last night, I know that after you left the vault's office, you and Ezra had words." Eben's ears flushed with shame. "We did?" he muttered. Dasko's frown deepened. "We know." frown deepened. "We know she struck at you, with her magic." "I cannot blame her for that," said Eben. "What we had all seen, and then I would not leave her in Estrella be when she asked me to." A sigh slipped from Dasko. "Then you..." Dasko. "Then you do not wish to punish her?" Eben blinked, looking at him with wide eyes. "Bun?" With wide eyes. "Punish her? No, of course not. Sky above, how could I think to do so?" The instructor's shoulders sagged, and he ran a hand through his hair. "Thank goodness. She broke the Academy's rules. If you wished it, you could ask for punishment to be meted out. But I am greatly relieved you have no such wish. You are right that last night would have put a terrible strain on anyone, and for Ezra in particular." He shook his head. Curiosity poked at Eben. Curiosity poked at Eben despite himself. "What of her? I have never thought she viewed me very highly." "I have never thought she viewed me very highly." "Indeed not," said Dasko. "It is not a happy tale." Dasko. "It is not a happy tale, and mayhap it is not mine to tell. But it might shed some light on her actions, and since you have shown her mercy, I see no reason not to tell you. Ezra was sent here an orphan. To tell you. To tell you. Ezra was sent here an orphan, as was Estrella. I heard something of that from Estrella herself." Dasko grimaced. "She likely did not tell you. Mayhap she does not even know why Ezra came to that orphanage in the first place. But her parents were killed by the royalty of Wadeland." A chill crept up Eben's spine. "What? Murdered?" The instructor looked away. "As with many things, the truth is not so simple. Her father was crushed under the prince's carriage. When her mother sought recompense, the king tired of her pleading and had her executed." Eben stared at him. "But that is monstrous. The king's law..." "Provides for no such thing, I know," said Dasko. "The king of Wadeland..." said Dasko. "The king of Wadeland is foul indeed, but the High King cannot interfere with every injustice across Underrealm, especially when no witness remained to bring word of this misdeed to her." "I cannot believe..." Eben shook his head, afraid he might be sick. The way Ezra spat every time she said the word gold bag. "Believe..." Eben shook his head, afraid he might be sick. The way Ezra spat every time she said the word gold bag. At last he felt he understood. "I told you it was no happy tale," Dasko said quietly. "But I have taken enough of your time. softly. But I have taken enough of your time. Be with your friends, and be grateful you are all whole. Also, I have this for you. From an inner pocket of his for you. From an inner pocket of his robes, Dasco produced a letter and placed it in Eben's hands. Eben broke the Drayden family seal and unfolded a letter from Halab, inviting him to the manor for lunch to celebrate the holiday. Hot fire burned in his veins, and he could not stop his hands from shaking. Lunch with his family would mean he would have to see his uncle, Matami, and Matami might have been involved in Lilith's crimes. That truth might come out as the mystics questioned Lilith, but then again it might not. From what Eben knew, the mystics were not seeking accomplices, but only where she had taken the artifacts. The thought of sitting across from Matami's haughty, smirking face for an entire meal made him want to melt a stone and throw it in the man's eyes. He forced himself to stay calm. Matami's presence might be unbearable, but it would be good to see Halab and his mother, and especially Albi. Thank you, and especially Albi. Thank you, Instructor. May I send a reply? Of course. From a pocket, Dasco produced a bit of charcoal and gave it to him. Eben walked back to Calum and Theron. I am invited to a meal with my aunt. When last I saw her, she invited me to bring any friends from the academy I might wish. What say you? Will you come with me? They both nodded, so Eben scrawled his answer on the parchment and handed it to Dasco. Very good, Eben. We shall speak on the morrow. He gave Calum and Theron a small nod before leaving. What did he have to say to you? Said Theron. You spoke longer than I thought you might. Said Theron. You spoke longer than I thought you might. But Eben had no wish to speak of Yzra's story, which still turned his stomach. He only said, In her anger, Yzra used her magic upon... Said, stomach. He only said, In her anger, Yzra used her magic upon me last night. It was a small thing, and no harm came of it. But Dasco wished to make sure I did not want to see her punished. I told him of course I did not. It is year's end, after all. A time for forgiveness. Year's end, said Calum with a sigh. It seems such a hollow thing. Said Calum with a sigh. Said Calum with a sigh. Said Calum with a sigh. It seems such a hollow thing. Who can care for a holiday now? Mayhap we... Who can... Hollow thing. Who can care for a holiday now? Mayhap we need it, said Eben. Something... Eben. Something to take our minds from the darkness we have borne witness to. What better for the purpose than a celebration? Midday meal in a Goldbag's manor, and the year's end feast for supper, said Theron. Fine distractions indeed. yet I do not think they will rid me of the darkness. Try to let them, said Calum. It is not as though we can blame ourselves for what happened. Theron chewed at her cheek. We knew what she was up to. We might have done more to stop her. You did all you could. We all did, said Evan. We were very near. Said Evan. We were very nearly expelled because of it. But Theron only shook her head and looked away. An hour.
Quick bathroom. Be right back. Oh.
An hour before midday, they went to their dormitories. Now that Eben knew Shay would not be in the Drayden Manor to see him, he took a bit more care to wash away the stains of the academy. He bathed, donned fresh robes, and dabbed on a bit of perfume. The hourglass in the common room told him he was running late, so he hurried to the front hall. Theron was already waiting, and it seemed that she had done nothing special with her appearance. Calum joined them soon after, scuttling down the stairs and still trying to fix his mussed hair with his fingers. The streets did much to lift their spirits, for they bustled with year's-end celebrations. Those outside the academy cared little for what took place within its walls. They caught many friendly smiles, and soon Eben found himself returning them. Some vendors gave away little sweetmeats without asking for coin in observance of the holiday, and horses and carriages were a bit more considerate of passers-by on foot. Many musicians played as they walked, singing fine songs while they strummed at lutes and small hand harps. Soon Eben and Calum were laughing as though it were a day like any other, but Theron's mood only darkened the further they went, and after a time she rounded on the others with a snarl. "How can you giggle to each other so, as though you are little children?" Calum stopped in his tracks, frowning. "We are only trying not to dwell in darkness, Theron. Look around you. Darkness is everywhere, and we cannot help ourselves but dwell in it." She folded and then unfolded her arms, fists bunching as though she wanted to strike at the air itself. "I hope they drag the truth from Lilith on the tips of sharp knives. May she lead them straight to her accomplices. And for my own satisfaction, I hope it is that worthless ferret Cyrus. Nothing could make me happier than to see that dung heap die the slowest of deaths." Eben lowered his gaze to his shoes, so Theron could not see his sudden discomfort. Calum shook his head. "Mayhap she will..." Calum shook his head. "Mayhap she will, mayhap not. In any case, whoever her accomplice is, they have lost their way into the academy. They have no choice now but to slink away into the darkness, never to return." "You may believe that," said Theron, scowling. "I am not so sure. Cyrus may try to strike again." "Mayhap." They reached the Drayden Manor soon after, much to Eben's relief. They stopped before the wide front gates as Eben knocked. As they waited for a guard to open the way, Eben glanced back at his friends. Calum inspected the place appraisingly, but Theron stared wide-eyed. Eben smirked. "Are you overawed, Theron? This is not so great a building as you seem to think. After all, you dwell within the academy." Theron jerked her gaze from the manor to glare at him. "You think rather highly of yourself for one born into such wealth through no fault of your own." Eben chuckled. Just then, a guard opened the hatch and saw him, and soon the gate swung open. They stepped through the gap as soon as it was wide enough, and Eben led them through the courtyard towards the manor's front door. "What is in these wagons?" Front door. Towards the manor's front door. "What is in these wagons?" said Calum, pointing at Matami's trade wagons, which were still out in the open. "Spices and other trade goods for the High King," said Eben. Still out in the open. "Spices," pointing at Matami's trade... "What is in these wagons?" said Calum, pointing at Matami's trade wagons, which were still out in the open. "Spices and other trade goods for the High King," said Eben. "That meant..." said Eben. "That many wagons filled with spices?" said Theron, gawking again. Said Theron, gawking again. "But that would be worth a fortune. And now you know why our coin purses are so deep. Here we are." Eben opened the front door and led them inside. The entry hall was bright with many candles and torches lining the walls. Someone must have notified Eben's family of their arrival, for they found a reception waiting. Halab, Hesta, and Albi. "Dearest nephew," said Halab, coming forwards to give Eben a tight hug. "Dearest aunt," said Eben, kissing her cheeks. Allow me the pleasure of introducing my friends. But she interrupted him, smiling at them each in turn. There is no need. In turn, there is no need. I know their names already. Welcome, Calum of the family Connell. The honor of your house is well known throughout the 9 lands. I have had many favorable encounters with your kin, and I look forward to many more in the future. Calum's mouth opened slightly, though it seemed he was lost for words. Theron rolled her eyes and folded her arms, but then Halab turned to her and gave a deep bow. Well met, Theron. Tales of your prowess as a mentalist have reached me even here in my manor. I am graced by your presence, and ever grateful for the friendship and kindness you have shown my nephew. I worried greatly for Eben when he stayed here upon the seat, for he had neither family nor friends to look after him. You have my thanks for being part of the remedy. Theron seemed as flustered as Calum. She cleared her throat and looked about uncomfortably before trying to mimic Halab's bow. It was bow. It is my pleasure, I suppose, my lady. Though friendship might be a strong word, for sometimes it seems I only get him into trouble, and he only gets me out. Halab laughed, so warm and hearty that every face in the room burst into a smile. What else are friends for, dear girl? She stepped forward. Dear girl. She stepped forwards to embrace Theron and then Calum, but when she drew back from the boy, he flushed and, stepping forwards, kissed her first on one cheek and then the other. Halab went stock still in shock, and Eben's eyes widened. I have heard that is the proper greeting in Idris, said Calum, mumbling and keeping his eyes low. Greeting in Idris, said Calum, mumbling and keeping his eyes lowered.
Poor Caleb.
A slight flush crept into Halab's cheeks, but her tone maintained nothing but grace. It is, son of Connell, though normally it is reserved for family greeting family. It is grace. Nothing but grace. It is, son of Connell, though normally it is reserved for family greeting family, or for very close friends indeed. Eben tried desperately not to burst into laughter, for Calum's face went so red it was nearly purple. He jerked and twisted, trying to stammer out an apology, but his voice shook so hard he could not get out so much as a word. But Halab only laughed again, and this time they joined her. Worry not, my friend. Eben put a comforting hand on Calum's shoulder. Your intent is... on Calum's shoulder. Your intent is welcome, even if your knowledge is lacking. Is lacking. Halab then waved an arm to beckon Hesta and Albi forwards. Allow me to introduce my sister by law, Hesta, Eben's mother, and Albi, her daughter, Eben's sister. Well met, said Hesta, bowing. Albie joined her a half-moment later, for she was giving Theron an appraising look. But when she rose from her bow, she gave Calum a wink. Will you try to kiss my cheeks, Calum? We shall have to see if I try to stop you. Calum's blush deepened. Halab arched an eyebrow while Hesta slapped her daughter's wrist. Albie, that was ill said. It is not seemly to embarrass a guest in our home. I did not mean to embarrass him, mother, said Albie, and this time her wink to Calum was broader. Who says I spoke in jest?
Oh, no.
Broader. Who says I spoke in jest? Albie, if you cannot compose yourself, you may take your supper alone, said Hesta. Forgive my niece. Said Hesta. Forgive my niece, said Halab, giving her a steely look. She nears womanhood, but does not yet know what to do about it. In time, she may yet learn to behave as befits her station. Finally, Albie wilted. I meant no offense. Wilted. I meant no offense, she said, lowering her gaze. Forgive me. Lowering her gaze. Forgive me. Think nothing of it, said Calum. After all. Said Calum. After all, I have embarrassed myself far worse already. Worse already. I've embarrassed myself far worse already. That you have, my friend. Eben laid his arm across the boy's shoulder. But the day... His shoulder. But the day is yet young, with much time to redeem yourself. And I smell lamb.
Gonna go refresh my coffee real quick. BRB.
And I smell lamb. Lamb it was. Halab led them to the dining room, where the meal had already been laid. There, waiting for them in an armchair, was Matami. He rose as they entered, giving Eben a curt nod. nephew? Uncle, my friends Theron and Calum of the family Connell. He nodded without speaking, looking at them as though they were pieces of dung he had just noted on the bottom of his shoe. Then they sat to eat. Again, Eben thought he might melt. They sat to eat. Again, Eben thought he might melt from the fine taste of the food, with each bite seeming more delicious than the last. Beside him, Beside him, Calum closed his eyes often, rolling the food around on his tongue. Theron showed no decorum whatsoever. She moaned anew with every bite, and her lips smacked loudly, for she chewed with her mouth open. Eben had never noticed it before. In the Academy's dining hall there was so much bustle amid the hum of conversation that such a thing could go unremarked. He wondered if she had eaten this way in the Sterling Stag, and how he could have missed it. It made him more and more uneasy, and he kept trying to nudge her under the table, but she ignored him. Across the table, Albie stared at Theron with wide eyes, utterly scandalized, but Matami's scowl grew with every wet smack of Theron's lips. To their credit, lips. To their credit, Halab and Hesta were the picture of decorum. They ate primly and quietly, and if they noticed Theron's atrocious manners, they gave no sign. Once she had eaten her fill, Halab dabbed at her lips with her napkin and turned to Eben. Troubling news has reached me, nephew. It seems that tragedy... Eben. Eben. Troubling news has reached me, nephew. It seems that tragedy has struck the Academy again. The room's mood darkened at once. Even Theron ceased her loud chewing. It has, Halab, he said quietly. What happened? Quietly. What happened exactly? Word does not reach my ears so quickly without being twisted in the mouths of those who bring it. There is a student, or there was, I suppose. There is a student, or there was, I suppose I should say. It seems she was stealing things from the vaults beneath the Academy. Vaults? Said Albie, perking up. Rooms in... perking up. "Rooms in the basement, protected by magical enchantments," said Caleb. "Inside there are powerful artifacts that grant the owner abilities akin to wizards, or else strengthen the magic of wizards who hold them." "How fascinating," said Albie in a voice of silk. "Thank you, Caleb." She smiled sweetly, and Caleb gulped. "Her name was Lilith, of the family Yeren," said Eben. "Last night she was caught in the act of her theft. The student who caught her was... that is, she..." He could not go on, and let the words subside. "She killed him," said Theron, voice clotted with fury. "Just a boy." Fury. "Just a boy. Younger even than Caleb." "Such a tragedy," said Albie. "But what more can one expect from a Yeren? They have always been a treacherous clan." Eben fixed her with a look. Her cousin... Her cousin Orin fought to stop her. He pitted his power against hers, and though he failed, that does not lessen the effort. "Were you there, my son?" Beside him, Hesta's eyes shone as she regarded him. Eben frowned. "Yes, mother." Eben frowned. "Yes, mother. But I was unharmed. She struck only at Valley." "How..." "Only at Valley. How horrible that must have been," she said, shaking her head. "I am so..."
It's funny, no matter how long I use a computer program, I keep unlocking little tricks that make life easier. And it's such a pleasure every time I do.
"I'm so sorry you had to witness it." Her hand held his tightly, thumb caressing his palm. A sudden lump formed in his throat, and he blinked back, the smarting in his eyes. He could not remember the last time his mother had touched him so, for he never saw her without his father, and Hesta knew well that Shay would scorn them both if ever he found his wife coddling their son as he saw it. "We are whole," he said, placing his other hand over hers. "That is all that can be asked. Others are not so fortunate. And may you ever remain so, now that the criminal faces the king's law." Halab raised her goblet. "To those..." "To those in the darkness. To those in the darkness." Around the table they raised their cups and drank deep.
Boom! Chapter 22. All right, let's see if we can wrap up chapter 23 in the next 30 minutes.
Chapter 23. Talk soon turned to lighter matters, and it was not long before the meal was done. Halab excused herself. She and Hester... Halab... meal was done. Halab excused... meal was done. Halab excused herself. She and Hesta had some business in the city, but she promised she would return before long. Matami vanished without a word. Eben wondered whether he ought to leave the manor with his friends, but before he could, Albi bounced to his side and seized his arm tight. "Well, brother, what say you? Shall we walk in the garden again? This time there are more of us, and mayhap this company is more interesting as well." She fixed Caleb with a coquettish smile. The boy blushed and stared at his shoes. Eben tried to hide a frown, but did not entirely succeed. "I suppose..." "I suppose so. But let us show my friends the manor first." "Oh, what greater pleasure could there be?" said Theron, rolling her eyes. "I have often..." "I have often longed to explore the dwelling of wealthy goldbags." Albi gasped, but Eben shook his head ruefully. "Try not to mind her. I have had to grow used to it. There are many in the academy who resent us for our coin. Some of the other merchants' children, or children of nobility, wear the term goldbag like a badge of honor." "Well," said Albi, looking at Theron askance, "I do not know..." Askance. "I do not know that I wish to get used to it, but come, let us show them about." And so she and Eben took them room. And so she and Eben took them room to room, showing them the fine craftsmanship of the furniture and the artistry of the tapestries and paintings. Caleb was most interested. Eben knew the boy's family had fallen upon hard times, and likely he now walked among more wealth than he had ever seen. What was more, Albi would often take his hand briefly as she pulled him from room to room, or press up against his arm as she pointed out a particular detail in a painting, so that Caleb grew ever more flustered as they went, and tried with increasing difficulty to keep his eyes on the manor itself. Eben soon found himself frustrated with Albi's obvious flirting, but worried that if he mentioned it, it would only get worse. She had always loved to tease him. Theron seemed impressed at first, but quickly became bored. Soon Eben practically had to drag her from room to room, following behind Albi as she grew ever more relentless in her advances towards Caleb. At last he felt he had to end it. He interrupted her just as she was explaining the history of a painting hanging in the main hall. "It has grown..." hall. "It has grown too warm and stuffy in here," said Eben, fixing her with a sharp look. "Why do we not... look. Look. Why do we not step out into the courtyard to cool ourselves?" Albi glowered. "I... I suppose. Glowered. I suppose, if my brother is uncomfortable. He is, said Eben. Come. Outside, the frosty air was indeed a welcome relief from the heat of the manor's fireplaces and torches. Eben sighed, watching his breath waft up into the gray sky. Before them lay the wagons, arranged in neat rows, canvas roofs covered with a light dusting of snow. When does Matami mean to bring the wagons back home? Said Eben. Albie turned from Calum, whose eye she had been trying to catch, to stare daggers at him. Who knows or cares? He will take them home when he leaves the seat. I have heard it will be soon, but nothing more exact. Eben frowned. A thought tickled the back of his mind, something important that he could not place, something about the wagons, full of spices for the High King, soon returning home to Idris, all under Matami's command. It came in a flash. If he and Mako had been right in their suspicions, Lilith might have been in league with Matami and Shay. Now she writhed under the knives of mystics who sought to learn where the artifacts had gone. But what if they lay before Eben's very eyes? Albie was caught up in some whispered conversation with Calum. Eben snatched Theron's Eben snatched Theron's elbow and drew her aside. What has gotten into you? She said, shaking her arm from his grip. The artifacts. What if I was right before, and Lilith was in league with my uncle? If she stole the artifacts and brought them to him, and he means to take them back to Idris? Eben trailed off, letting his eyes rest upon the wagons. Theron followed his gaze and then gave a start. You think they are here? They could be. Who would think to look for them? He could have done it under my aunt's very nose, planning to bring them home to my father. There is only one way to find out for sure. Theron gripped his arm, dragged Theron gripped his arm, dragged him towards the wagons, and opened one of the back flaps, but the wagon held nothing. Search the others, said Eben. They split up and went wagon to wagon down the line, but one after the other was empty. What are you doing? Albie appeared at his elbow and was now looking at him as if he were mad. Where are the spices? Said Eben. All the goods you brought from Idris. They are not here. Of course not, said Albie, rolling her eyes. We have delivered them already and are waiting for the wagons to be refilled before leaving. Are they all empty? Said Eben. Has anything come in, mayhap, to bring back to Idris? Anything recent? Albie looked skyward in thought, and then opened her mouth to reply. What in the darkness below do you think you wretches are doing? Matami pounded through the snow, approaching them with fury blazing in his eyes. He seized Eben's shoulder and shoved him away from the wagons. Leave off, cried Theron, going to Eben's side. She scowled up at Matami, who tried to loom over her, though he was only 2 fingers taller. He raised a hand to strike her, but that was a mistake. Theron's eyes flashed with light, and she put forth a hand. Matami reeled suddenly, struck by an invisible force. Albie screamed. Guards! Cried Matami. Take her! Drayden men in chain shirts, holding spears and with swords on their belts, streamed into the courtyard from the manor and the gatehouses. But they balked upon seeing Eben there with his friends. Matami seized one of the guards by the arm and shoved him towards the children. I told you to take her, vile little witch. You shall be flogged for this, and the boy as well. His sharp, dark eyes fixed on Eben. And you would be wise never to return, nor should you have come today. Spare the family further disappointment from any association with your feckless, worthless self. Still the guard seemed reluctant to move. Theron's hands remained raised and her eyes held their powerful glow. I see only one worthless wretch here. Why do you not try to take me yourself? You call Eben a disappointment, but at least he is no coward. Matami bared his teeth, and he turned to the guard beside him, grasping for the man's sword. Stop this madness! Halab's shout pierced the courtyard, ringing in Eben's ears. He turned to see her behind them, standing in the gateway leading to the street. But she did not meet his eyes, for she never removed her furious gaze from Matami. Eben's uncle blinked, and his hands froze halfway to the sword. "Sister," he rasped, "these three—" "Silence your weeping sore of a mouth!" Halab came forwards, pushing the children firmly aside to stand before them. A finger pointed at the guard beside Matami, who straightened to attention at once. "You there!" Once. "You there! Jara, is it not?" The man bowed at once. "Yes, my lady." "Strike my—" out at once. "Yes, my lady." "Yes, my lady." "Strike my brother in the stomach, and do not be gentle." Matami's mouth gaped in protest. Jara hesitated only a moment, but then he saw the resolve in Halab's eye. He turned, driving his mail-covered fist into Matami's gut. Matami gasped, his breath leaving him, and fell to his knees in the snow. "Get him up," said Halab. Jara dragged Matami.
Halab's a bad bitch. Don't fuck with her.
Him up. Get him up. said Halab. Get him up, said Halab. Jara dragged Matami back to standing. And now put him back down. Again. Back down. Again Jara punched Matami, and this time the man whimpered as he fell to all fours in the snow. Eben winced, averting his gaze, but beside him he saw Albi watching their uncle with her chin held high, eyes bright, a grim smile playing at her lips. Halab stepped forwards and seized Matami's collar, dragging him back to his feet and staring into his eyes. He could not meet her gaze, but turned every which way to avoid her. "Sister," he said, still gasping from Jara's blows, "You are only a sniveling, spineless wretch," said Halab. "You—" said Halab. "You—" said Halab. "You dare to call my dearest nephew worthless? Know this, I value his life more than yours by a wide, wide margin. His friends are my guests, Mata Mia, and yet you dare to order violence against them? Thank the sky my guards are wise and did not follow your madness. Even our servants prove they are worthier than you." She released his collar, folding one hand into the other and twisting the ring on the middle finger of her left hand. Matami sagged in relief, probing at his tender stomach. But then Halab removed the ring and struck him in the eye with her own balled fist. He cried out and fell again, clutching at his face. "I have always been able to tumble you, and I see nothing has changed," said Halab, her voice dripping with scorn. "Were you anyone but my brother, I would throw you to the... Brother, I would throw you to the... My brother, I would throw you to the king's law, or mayhap mete out her justice myself. Never lay eyes upon my nephew again. Now be... Elf. Never lay eyes... Self. Never lay eyes upon my...
Meh.
Never lay eyes upon my nephew again. Now be gone. Matami reached up towards the guards, seeking their help to stand, but Jorah and the others stepped away, lifting their gazes from him in contempt. So he scrabbled on the ground until he could stand, and then, without a backwards glance, slunk away between the wagons. But from the moment she banished him, Halab turned away, ignoring him, and she looked upon the children with sorrow.
Quick Bliet.
Absent-mindedly. Absent-mindedly, she shook out the fist with which she had struck Matami. Dearest... struck Matami. Dearest nephew, and you, my guests, I thank the sky above that I returned when I did. This was unforgivable. Matami's conduct, may but not yours, dear aunt, said Eben. He is right. Aunt, said Eben. He is right, said Caleb. Think nothing of it. Caleb, think nothing of it, I beg you. There was a moment of silence. Then Eben drove a sharp elbow into Theron's ribs. Ow! Oh, it is no great worry. I could easily have bested him in a fight. You should never have needed to, said Halab, shaking her head.
Eben, please don't worry about it. Caleb, no, please, really, don't worry about it. Theron, yeah, don't worry about it. I could have kicked his ass.
Needed to, said Halab, shaking her head. This is my household, and his dishonor falls upon my own head. You cannot be responsible for Matami, Halab, said Albi, smirking. Matami, Halab, said Albi, smirking. He has always... Smirking. He has always been such, or at least as long as I have known him. Halab sighed. He has... sighed. He has never enjoyed being the youngest of us. It clouds his thoughts, leading them to anger more easily than is desirable. I assure you, his intentions are not so bad as they seem. Though, of course, intent matters little when one's conduct is so wretched. Caleb stepped forwards and gave her a bow. I hope I do not speak out of turn, madam, but for me he is more than overshadowed by you, in whom intent and conduct are united in honor, and both warm the heart. From the corner of his eye, Eben saw Theron roll her eyes, but Halab put a hand to her breast, cocking a head as she smiled down at Calum. Now here is one whose courtesy cannot be held in too high of esteem, and whose silver words could charm the heart of a Carrock. I thank you, Calum of the family Connell, and am reminded of my own words when I looked forwards to more favorable meetings with your family. From this day... Family. From this day forwards, I shall call no meeting more favorable than our own. The boy flushed and than our own. The boy flushed and retreated behind Theron's shoulder. Eben smiled at Halab. Now we must be going, dearest aunt. The day wears on, and the Academy holds a year's end feast. You cannot leave after this, said Halab. I had meant to attend business in the palace, but I will postpone it. We can hold our own feast to atone for today's unpleasantness, though it will be on short notice. Please do not trouble yourself.
Please. Unt.
Please do not notice. Please do not trouble yourself, said Eben. Dark times have fought. Said Eben. Dark times have fallen upon us all, and nowhere more so than in the Academy. But now that they have passed, it would do us well to draw together and spend this year's end in each other's company, so that the healing of our hearts may begin. Halab inclined her head. Your Halab inclined her head. Your words are wise, dearest nephew. Already you have learned much at the Academy, and you do our family a great service. I hope we may see each other again soon. Of course we will. Eben stepped forwards to kiss her cheeks. Farewell. Cheeks. Farewell. Calum held forth a hand, but Halab used it to pull him close into an embrace, and then did the same with Theron. Visit whenever you wish. I am at your service, and the manor is yours. Theron raised an eyebrow. And what of the goblets and silverware within the manor? Eben snatched her sleeve and dragged her away. Alby said her farewells last, primly shaking Theron's hand and giving Eben a hug. But Calum she kissed her away. Alby said her farewells last, primly shaking Theron's hand and giving Eben a hug. But Calum she kissed on the cheek, much to his embarrassment. I hope to... I hope to see you all again soon, she said, though she never took her eyes from Calum's. They left at last, setting out into the street. setting out into the streets and winding their way back towards the academy. As the manor vanished from sight behind them, Theron was first to break the silence. "Your aunt was a kind and honorable woman. I have heard very different things about the Drade. I have heard very woman. I have heard very different things about the Dradens. If they were all like her, I imagine your family's name would be no terrible thing." "You are right," said Eben. "I have been..." "You are right," said Eben. "You are right," said Eben. "I have been disliked all my life because of my... disliked all my life because of my family's name. Halab has been my only consolation. I think she... only consolation, my only consolation. I think she tries to guide my kin in the right direction, but they resist her, as Matami clearly shows." "She is not the only one," said Caleb. "Your mother all..." said Caleb. "Your mother also was very gracious, and your sister most polite." His cheeks reddened again, and he avoided their eyes, and he avoided their again, and he avoided their eyes. "Polite, indeed," said Theron, smirking as she pushed his shoulder. "And you were most charming in turn. See to it that you do not charm yourself into her bed." "Theron!" cried Caleb, looking as though he might be ill. "She is a be ill. She is a child. She is nearly a... child. She is nearly a year older than you. I am a child." But Eben ignored them both, for his thoughts were preoccupied by what Caleb had said. Yes, his mother had been kind to his friends, yet throughout his life she had never been kind enough to protect him from his father. Never did she participate in Shay's cruelty, but she never spoke against it either. Today she had been concerned at the thought of Eben witnessing Vali's death. Did she not realize that that had disturbed Eben? No. Death. Did she not realize that that had disturbed Eben nowhere near as much as the hatred and scorn of his father? Theron seized his sleeve, startling him from his thoughts. He blinked as he looked at her. "What?" She pointed past him. "There. Look at that cart." Eben followed her finger to a wooden cart down the street. "Look at that cart." Eben followed her finger to a wooden cart down the street, loaded with several crates. Beside it walked a man in... Beside it walked a... crates. Beside it walked a man in dark gray instructor's robes, while two of the High King's Guard flanked the cart on either side. And looking closer, Eben could see that the instructor was Dasko. Chapter 24.
Hey. Alright, so a little longer than half an hour, but we got her done. Chapter 23. Nope. Nope. Alright, I gotta take a slightly longer break, put some food in my body. But not too long. And I will be back very shortly to work for another couple hours. What's our goal for today? I guess it's to get through chapter 25? Yeah, that seems good. Maybe chapter 26. 24 is short, 25 is medium, 26 is long. 25 or 26. All right. Back in a few. And we are back!
Chapter 24. "That is Dasko," said Caleb. "Hush," said Theron. "We can see that. Get out of sight." "Why?" asked Eben. But she and Caleb were already scampering behind the edge of a nearby shop, and so he followed. The alley they ducked into stank, and Eben covered his nose with a sleeve, reluctant to touch anything. "Theron, what are you doing? Are you not curious what Dasko is doing out here? Or what is in the cart beside him?" "Curious, certainly," said Eben, "but not enough to skulk about like some..." said Eben, "but not enough to skulk about like some thief. I want to follow him," said Theron. Theron, "It is the first day of year's end. Why is he not on holiday?" "A student died only yesterday, Theron," said Caleb quietly. "No doubt the faculty have much to look after." "This far into the city? No, there are too many questions. Come, and let us have our answers." Theron darted out from the alley, for Dasko and the cart had turned our answers. Theron darted out from the alley, for Dasko and the cart had turned down a side street. Eben and Caleb hastened to follow. From building to building they scuttled, keeping always in the shadows, though in truth Dasko and the High King's Guard did not seem overly cautious. They never looked about, and why should they? They were in the middle of the street. It was not as though they moved in secrecy. Soon Caleb grew impatient. "This is folly. Clearly they are up to nothing nefarious, and the year's end feast will be starting soon." "Leave if you wish," said Theron. "I mean to see where they are going." Caleb clearly considered it, and Eben was almost tempted. But just as he had resolved to leave, the cart pulled to a stop, and the guards took position at its rear. It had halted in front of a modest rear. It had halted its rear. It had halted in front of a modest stone dwelling, 2 stories like the Drayden Manor, but nowhere near as lavish. But Eben noted that none of the other buildings but Eben lavish. But Eben noted that none of the other buildings on this street had doors accessible from this side. Their front entrance side. Their front entrances were all on other sides, other streets. It gave the home a sense of isolation, and there were few passers-by. Theron drew them farther out of sight into the alley. "Sky above," she breathed. "Why?" She breathed. "Why are there so many guards?" Eben blinked, for at first he could not see what she was talking about. But then he looked again. There were 2 more guards from the High King's palace, one at each of the building's front corners. Near the home's front door stood 2 figures in regular clothing. Yet when Eben looked closer, he... Yet when Eben looked... Clothing. Yet when Eben looked closer, he recognized 2 instructors from the academy, neither wearing their traditional dark gray robes. Then Theron pointed to the roof, and Eben saw 2 red hoods silhouetted against the sky. The sky. Mystics, standing guard from on high. Bows were slung on their backs. "What is Dusko doing?" said Eben. "What?" said Eben. "What could possibly justify this many guards?" "Never mind their number," said Caleb. "Why 3? said Caleb. "Why 3 different groups? What would the High King, the Academy, and the Mystics all wish to guard?" "What indeed?" grated a harsh voice just behind them. Eben jumped and turned around, heart in his throat. Heart. Round, heart in his throat. There behind them stood There behind them stood Dean Foradar. Caleb gave a little squeak, and Theron's face grew stony, but Zane ignored them both, instead casting all of his ire upon Eben. Eben, for his part, tried to match the wizard's gaze. "Why are..." Wizard's gaze. "Why are you skulking about here, Drayden? We are on..." "Drayden, we are on our way to the academy from my family's manor." "Yes, your manor," Zane sneered. "I know it is close by. That is why I chose this place for my home. How do you like it?" Eben glanced over his shoulder, at a loss for words. "Your home? This is where you live? I am only where you live? I am only recently returned to the seat, and have been searching for a suitable dwelling. When I found this one, I knew I had to have it. So close to the Drayden Manor, where I can keep an eye upon the scheming of your kin. Keep foes closer than friends, as they say." "It seems a sturdy house," said Caleb, his voice cracking. Zane ignored that. "I have a..." Ignored that. "I have a warning for your family, Eben. Tell them to be on watch, for they are being observed. Too long did they plague me when last I dwelt upon the seat, and too long did they keep me gone after they drove me out. Now I have returned, and I have the High King's favor. The days of their power in Underrealm are numbered. I had nothing to do with whatever quarrels you had with my family, said Eben. Family, said Eben. I mean you no ill will. Ill will? What does your will matter? You have been raised as one of them. Doubtless you have joined their schemes without even realizing it. So whoever your master may be, tell them what I have told you. I have no master. But even as Eben said it, he thought of the task Mako had given him, the counterfeit uniform he had the counterfeit uniform he had delivered in the dead of night. He shook the thought away. Nearly all of my kin hate me anyway. Zane looked to Theron and Calum then. As for the two...
Oh my god, oh my god.
Calum then. As for the two of you, you would do well to quit this boy's company. No matter what he has told you, you cannot trust a Drayden. Walk by his side, and one day you will find yourselves alone and friendless, betrayed in pursuit of some long-festering scheme. I can choose my friends for myself, Theron snapped. Calum raised his hands, palms outward. I think tempers have run high. Certainly there is some sort of common ground. Light snapped into Zane's eyes, and he raised a hand. Begone, he growled. And if I... He growled. And if I catch you skulking about again, I will not be so lenient. Theron raised her own hands in response, but Eben seized her arm even as her eyes glowed to meet Zane's. No, Theron. He pulled her towards the mouth of the alley, refusing to meet the Dean's eye. At first Theron resisted, but in the end she let herself be pulled along. Once around the corner they broke into a jog, and then a... Once around the corner, they broke into a jog, and then a sprint once out of sight of Zane's home. After a few streets, Eben felt safe enough to stop. He bent double, hands on his knees, while Calum sank to the ground, his back against a stone wall. Theron scarcely seemed winded, and she glared back the way they had come, fists on her hips. Fists on her hips. Why was Dasko there? Did you know there? Did you not understand even that much? Said Calum. He was helping Zane move into his new home. I know that is what they were doing, said Theron, but why... said Theron. But why Dasko? He is an instructor at the academy. Any number of day laborers could be hired if Zane needed to move a few crates. It is likely they are friends, said Calum. I know... said Calum. I know Zane and that new instructor Perrin attended the academy together. Dasko seems of an age with them. It is not Dasko's presence that intrigues me, but that of the other guards. I think I know... Guards. I think I know something of that, said Eben, for he had just remembered his conversation with Mako. Zane performed some great service for the High King, for which he honored him greatly. It is why he was allowed to return to the seat after my family drove him out, as you heard him say. The guards must have... him say. The guards must have been posted by the High King. She could command the mystics and instructors from the academy to join her own guards, said Theron, nodding. That said Theron, not. Theron nodding. That makes sense. But what threat does she think Zane faces? What threat does he think he faces? Surely he is not afraid of Eben's paltry might, though I mean no offense by that. Eben raised his eyebrows. No. Eyebrows. No, clearly not. Caleb. Clearly not. Caleb pushed himself up from the ground. Well, from the ground. Well, we will do ourselves no good sitting here wondering about it. And now my robes are soaked by the snow. Come, let us return home before I catch my death of cold. Of cold. Zane is a fire mage, said Theron, laying her arm across.
Oh my god.
And laying her arm, laying. Theron, laying her arm across Caleb's shoulders as they set off together. You could return and ask him to dry you out with his flames. Eben shook his head and went after his friends. Chapter 25.
Chapter 24 complete. Oh, where the fuck did I put my thing? Oh! Sorry, microphone. I love you. Oh. Not bad. We're slowly speeding up. All right, gonna grab my coffee. Be right back.
Chapter 25. They gathered in the dining hall for the year's end feast some time later. The food had been laid later. The food had been laid out and hidden beneath white sheets held up on wooden frames, concealing the meal from view. But the sheets could not mask the smell, which wafted through the hall and set every mouth to watering. The instructor's table stood at the head of the hall. Mouth to watering. The instructor's table stood at the head of the hall. Zane sat in the place of honor with his son Aaron beside him. Once the hour struck, Zane stood and raised a goblet of wine. Everyone quieted, and he waited a moment in silence. When at last he spoke, his thick voice filled the room's every corner, thrumming in Eben's breast. Since the time before time, year's end has been an occasion for joy. We herald the passing of another year of our lives and the sky's bounty that has allowed our survival. But that celebration is always tempered by mourning, for we acknowledge those who have gone to the darkness below.
What the fuck? Okay.
Into the darkness below.
Okay.
Have gone to the darkness below, and thank them for their gifts in life. This year has given us more cause for mourning than most. Many have been lost, and some greater than others. His next word cut short in a choking sound, and he bowed his head. The hall was deathly still. Eben, Theron, and Caleb looked to each other uncertainly. The silence The silence lasted only a moment, but when Zane raised his head, his cheeks were wet. Some his cheeks were wet. Some give their lives that we might go on. Others might go on. Others give their lives that we might find redemption. They bring us back from the darkness, though we stand on its brink. Still others give their lives to time's natural sway, and then our mourning is not so bitter. But worst of all are those who are taken without reason, claimed by the madness of a sick mind, or by the treachery of a kingdom breaking its vows. Often we seek explanation. It is rarely to be found. We can only honor the dead, who we shall never see again. Another pause. Eben heard many students in the hall hiding their sniffles, while others sobbed openly. Zane raised his goblet higher. His goblet higher. To those in the darkness. Every cup lifted. To those in the darkness. They drank, and then the first course was brought, and then
Go.
They drank, and then the first course was brought round the tables. That evening's year's end feast left nothing to be desired, fulfilling every wildest tale Eben had ever heard of the celebration's splendor upon the seat. Throughout each year, the Academy had to serve hundreds of students 3 times a day. While the food was wholesome and hearty, it was rarely delicious. During year's end, it seemed, the cooks aimed to make up for all the rest of the year's plain fare. There were fine roasts of meat, of boar and beef and lamb, flavored with wonderful lamb, flavor lamb, flavored with wonderful spices, served tender enough to fall off the bone. They were joined by crops from all across the 9 lands, so that the students had chickpea spread and figs from Idris, and then at the next table, buttered yams and yellow rice from Calentin. In the center of the spread was a table filled to bursting with desserts, where honeyed confections of every type were piled high, and students were free to take what they wished. Wine was also served, although this was held by the cooks. Although this was held by the cooks, and only given to students who were old enough, and even then withheld if they thought a student had had too much. The last thing the The last thing the Academy needed was a drunken brawl with hundreds of young wizards who had yet to fully command their powers. Again and again, Eben went to the serving table to load his plate with more food, again and again leaning back on his bench and clutching at his belly, afraid it would burst. At last he gave up, leaning heavily on the table. He gave up, leaning heavily. Gave up, leaning. Gave up, leaning. He gave up, leaning heavily on the table, sipping lightly at the last of his wine. Calem's head was nodding beside him, and across the table Theron was licking honey from her fingers. A particular... her fingers. A particularly fine feast this year, she said, and gave a loud belch. I will not say it is the finest food I have ever eaten, yet I would... food I have ever eaten, yet I would count...
Big ugly.
I've ever eaten. Yet I would count this as my favorite meal, said Eben. Rarely in my life. Meal, said Eben. Rarely in my life have I been able to take such a meal with friends, rather than with friends, rather than a father. Friends, rather than a father who made my life a torment. Said Caleb, looking at them sleepily. Ah, yes, a fine feast indeed. Theron chuckled and shook her head, but then Eben felt a hand on his shoulder and looked up to find Dasco standing over him. Good eve, Eben. Have you enjoyed your feast? Eben nodded. Very much so, instructor. I hope you have as well. Indeed. Might we still take that walk, as I requested? Of course. Eben stood, but then he looked to his friends. Theron waved him off. Go. Him off. Go. I should get this one to bed. She pointed to Caleb, who seemed in danger of falling asleep and drowning in buttered yams. Yams. Good night, then, said Eben. I will... said Eben. I will see you upon the morrow. And he set off through the dining hall after Dasco. Dasco led him through the hallways and out a white cedar door into the training grounds. The moons lit the night well, and torches mounted along the citadel's walls helped them pick their way forth on the garden path. The instructor did not speak immediately, but let the night's silence rest, occasionally looking up at the stars as they shone bright in the sky. I have... in the sky. I have only been an instructor here for a few years, Dasco said at last. I studied here in my youth, of course, but that was long ago. I feel as though I have been rediscovering the place anew. It is certainly a different experience being an instructor. Eben blinked and then frowned. I imagine it would be. Dasco sighed. Dasco sighed. My apologies. I am not certain how to say what I mean, and so I prattle about inconsequential things. That, and not my preoccupation with Lilith's crimes, is what kept me from speaking with you before today. He stopped, and Eben halted beside him. Again Dasco looked up at the stars, his jaw working. Before I returned to the academy, I was a mercenary, he finally said, his voice so soft that Eben leaned closer to hear it. I fought for a sellsword army that marched across the 9 lands. We served with. I fought for a sellsword army that marched across the 9 lands. We served with many great families, both merchant and noble, and in one campaign I served your family, the Dradens. That is when I met your brother. Eben felt as though someone had struck him in the gut. He had scarcely thought of Momin since first he came to the academy. Indeed, ever since his brother's death years ago, Eben had tried to avoid thinking of it at all. He felt suddenly lightheaded. Lightheaded. Momin and I became fast friends after our first battle together, Dasko went on. When you came to the academy, I hardly noticed you, though sometimes a thought tickled my mind. Then, after the attack on the seat, Gia was frantic because you had been separated from the rest of the students. Though we eventually found you, her mention of your name was what let the pieces fall into place. Eben of the family Drayton, younger brother of... Drayton, younger brother... Family Drayton, younger brother of my friend Momin. During all the time we served together, he would speak of you more often than anything else. A gasp escaped before Eben could stop it. His eyes burned. His eyes burned, and he turned away, swiping at them with the back of his sleeve. The air felt suddenly frozen, and he raised his hood against it. Dasko took his shoulder gently and guided him towards a stone bench. Eben sank onto it, hiding his face in his hands and trying to master himself. I am sorry to resurrect grief, murmured Dasko. I did not mean to bring sadness, but advice. What advice? Advice. What advice? Said Eben, no longer caring at how his voice broke. He found himself growing angry with Dasko, angry that the man would presume to speak of his brother, who he could not have known half so well as Eben. Before... Before Dean Cyrus fled the academy, it seems that you and he... It seems that you and he had little love for each other, Dasko said carefully. Through his grief, Eben's heart skipped a beat. What did Cyrus have to do with anything? He was not over fond of me, no. Dasko looked him in the eye. Was that because... Dasko looked him in the eye. Was that because of some personal disagreement between the two of you? Or because of some more general schism between you and the family Drayton? Eben... Family Drayton. Eben shrugged and looked away. I know not what you speak of. I think you do. I know not what you speak of. I think you do, said Dasco. Momen often felt the same way, never comfortable in the company of his family, and always burdened by their reputation, which, as you know, is fearsome. Always he wanted to cast off their name, and something tells me that you may be similar. Though he would have been loth to admit it, a thrill trickled through Eben's heart. He never knew Momen had felt the same way about their family. Even if that were true, what do you expect me to do? I was born a Drayden. I will die a Drayden. Yet you need not live your life under the suspicion of others. You must know that Dean Zane thinks ill of you for no other reason than your family's name. I know it cannot be easy to shed that shadow when everyone you meet can see only the darkness it wraps around you. And what can I do about that? In truth, I am used to it. I have little choice but to duck my head and hope to go unnoticed. But you have... go unnoticed. But you have been noticed, Eben, said Dasco, leaning forwards. Zane does not wish to admit it, but the other faculty know you suspected Lilith from the first, and you may have helped expose her earlier than she would have been otherwise. Soon the mystics will have wheedled the artifacts out of her. Because of you, the Academy now takes steps to ensure the artifacts will be safer in the future. You should be proud of that, at least, and you owe nothing of that to your family. Pride in myself helps nothing. Certainly not Zane's view of me. That is what I mean to say. You have helped, whether he sees it or not. Continue to do right, but not in the hope that Zane will love you. Your kin have wounded him, and that wound may never heal, but do it because of the people you may help along the way. That, I think, is what Momen would do. Eben stood from the bench, glaring at him. That is too far. I am sorry, said Dasco, standing and bowing his head. You are right. His head. You are right. I presumed too much. Yet I only say what Momen told me. Much. Yet I only say what Momen told me on occasion, that he wished to return home and help you, for he knew life with your father would be harder once he had gone. Though he held his scowl, Eben felt some of his anger dampen. Momen could not have known just how true his words would prove. He turned away from Dasco, loosing a breath into mist upon the frigid air, and steered the conversation in another direction, hoping to ease the burning in his heart. In his heart. You said they have not yet drawn the truth from Lilith? I had not thought it would take this long to find the artifacts she stole. Especially the second time, for she did not have long to hide them. Dasco shrugged. She must have worked. Shrugged. She must have worked quickly. It will not be long. The mystics are very persuasive when they wish to be. Will they kill her? Not the mystics, no, said Dasco softly, but... softly, but once they have recovered the artifacts, they will turn her over to the constables, who will put her to death under the king's law. King's law. King's law. will put her to death under the king's law. And there might vanish any hope of learning Lilith's link to Matami or Shay. Any hope of learning Lilith's link to Matami or Shay. Eben ground his teeth in frustration. It seemed that she would... It seemed that she would suffer for her crimes, but that the conspirators behind her, and he was sure such conspirators existed, would escape, for no one seemed to be looking for them. Yet Maya, if Eben could speak to her, his heart raced. His heart... Speak to her. His heart raced. What excuse could he invent? No one would believe he and... What raced. What excuse could he invent? No one would believe he and Lilith had ever been friends. But there was Nella. Ever since the attack on the seat, she and Eben had been, if not friendly, at least cordial. Yes, it might work. He turned back to Dasko. I wonder. I know our crimes were terrible, and... Dasko. I wonder. I know our crimes were terrible, and Lilith and I had a grudge from the moment I arrived here. Yet there are those who never had the chance to say farewell, and if Lilith... Farewell, and if... say farewell, and if Lilith will never return, it seems cruel to deny them that opportunity. And if Lilith will never return, it seems cruel to deny them that opportunity. I am close to one who is dear to her. Dasko nodded, cutting him off. Theron. Cutting him off. Theron, I know. Eben balked. Theron? How could Dasko ever think Theron and Lilith were friends? Yet the certain... were friends. Yet the certainty in the instructor's eyes was unmistakable. Instructor's eyes was unmistakable. Eben nodded and quickly continued. Just so. Could it be arranged, do you think, for us to visit Lilith? I wish... Visit Lilith? To visit Lilith? I wish for my own sort of peace with her. And... Lilith? I wish for my own sort of peace with her, and I know Theron desires the same. The instructor frowned. I do not know if that would be wise, Eben. For one thing, she will not be the same as when last you saw her. The mystics are never kind. Saw her. The saw her. The mystics are never kind to their prisoners, and they will likely be reluctant to have her... be reluctant to have her speak with any outsider. I know your character, but they will not. Please, Dasko, Eben begged, help me with this, so that this chapter of our lives may be left behind us. Be left behind us. I promise we will urge Lilith to tell them what... Urge Lilith to tell them what she knows. And the sight of a friendly face may pry loose what the blades of the mystics cannot. Dasko's frown deepened, but he looked away in thought before nodding. Very well. I will see if I can arrange something with Gia, if it is that important to you. And Mayap, as some token... Mayap...
Ba-na-na-na-na-na, 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 ba-na-na-na-na-na.
Mayap, as some token of payment for the ill will borne against you here at the Academy, which you did not deserve. Thank you, Instructor. If given the chance, I promise I shall not waste... I promise I shall not waste it. I believe you. Waste it. I believe you, said Dasko, shivering suddenly. And now let us return to the Citadel. I am not yet an old... man, yet I find myself less resistant to the chill than I was in my youth. They made their way back to the Academy and parted once within, heading off to their beds. But Eben lay awake for a long while, thinking of Momen and Lilith. And Theron.
Chapter 25 done! You motherfucker! You motherfucker! Kyle betrayed me and then he died, and then he lied, tried to hide, and I died deep inside, and you know the reason why. I'm gonna kick your ass from here to right over there. Oh yeah, motherfucker, I'm gonna kick your fucking dairy, yeah. You broke the rules, now I'll rip out all your pubic hair. You motherfucker. Woof. That chapter was slower. That's all right. Quick bathroom. Uno mas chapter.
Chapter 26. The next day, Eben wanted to tell Theron what he had asked Dasco about their visiting Lilith, but his courage failed him every time he sought to speak, and so the day passed without her knowing. The second day was the same, and the third. At last he decided to tell her when the moment seemed right, and not before. After all, there was every chance that the mystics would not allow Lilith to see them at all. What good could come, if that were the case, from telling Theron? So they spent the first 3 days of Year's End in calm and rest. All day Eben was with Calum and Theron, either in the academy or out upon the seat. Though studies were suspended for the holiday, they spent a few hours each day in the library. Calum still searched for more lore concerning Khakiit, and Eben helped, but it was a half-hearted quest now. Lilith had been caught, and whatever mischief she had plotted with Khakiit's amulet, she could not hope to accomplish it now. They spent their evenings in the dining hall or out upon the seat, telling each other tales or listening to musicians fill inns with their splendor. Eben felt a sense of peace he had not felt in a very long time. True, there were rumblings that the High King was readying her armies to make war on Dulmoon at last, and whispers about the 9 kingdoms, how some were on the cusp of joining the war, while others were on the cusp of joining it on the wrong side, but all was peaceful on the seat. Even war rested during Year's End. It was a leap year, and so they had a 4th day of holiday to enjoy. The dawn came bright and cold, and they lounged in the library for most of it. Eben had received word that his family would be hosting some royals. Halab had given him the opportunity to visit the manor, but had not required it, and so he had declined. He had attended such dinners before, and knew he would be bored to tears. So in the morning he sent word to Adara, asking if she wished to meet in the evening, and by the midday meal she had replied that she would be delighted. She had even painted her lips and pressed them to her letter, which Eben laughed to see. As the sun began its long march towards the horizon, they left the academy and made for the western end of the seat. Calum hummed aimlessly as they went, and Eben drank deep of the crisp air. But Theron scowled as she walked, and after a while gave Calum an irritated look. "Cease that humming. Soon studies will resume. Let us have a proper resume. Let us have a Let us have a proper period of mourning at least." Eben stifled a grin. All good things end. Grin. All good things. Grin. All good things end, Theron. She pushed him, nearly making him stumble into the snow. Yet you need not remind me. Do you know how my mind grows numb, studying my lessons when my skills are so far advanced? And doubtless... are advanced? And doubtless your humility troubles you greatly as well, said Caleb, wide-eyed and innocent. Quickly he ducked Theron's swinging fist. They made for Levin's Tavern, the place where they had first met, and one of their favorite haunts on the island. It was far enough removed that there were rarely other students about, but this time Eben ran into Ezra at the door. He did not see her coming out as he entered, and their shoulders struck each other. She glared at him, and he ducked to avoid her dark, intense eyes. "My apologies," he said. She did not answer him for a moment. Then at last she said, "Well, may I pass?" Eben blushed, for he had not realized he was still blocking the door. Of course, he said, stepping aside. She made to move past him, but he spoke quickly before she could go. How is... She could go. How is Estrella? Ezra met his gaze, now with softer eyes. Well enough. I am taking care of her. I am taking care... I am taking care of her. Thank you, said Eben. I will try to... said Eben. I will try to spend more time with her once classes resume, to help ease her mind. To his surprise, Ezra's face hardened. Hardened. I hardly think that would help. Eben frowned. What? Everyone knows you have been meddling. Everyone knows you have been meddling about the academy. Who is to say you did not provoke Lilith? She is another gold bag after all, just like you. You speak strong words about something you do not understand, said Theron, giving the girl a scowl. Eben is nothing like Lilith. Ezra snorted. Easy. Ezra snorted. Easy words for you, who may dip your hand into his pocket to pay for fine food and drink. A gold bag's friends defending a gold bag. Yet you, too, will... Gold bag. Yet you, too, will suffer in their war. She turned and left them. Theron made to follow, but Eben seized her arm. Let her be. We are all distraught after events of late. Some show it differently than others. I would like to show her something, certainly, Theron growled. Something, certainly. I would for something, certainly, Theron growled, but she let Eben bring her inside. Levin hailed them. inside. Levin hailed them the moment they entered the bar, and they waved back from the doorway. Their table was empty, and they made their way towards it. But then Eben noticed that at one table sat Oren and Nella, Lilith's companions. They were together in a corner, shoulders hunched over their drinks, neither of them speaking. Their eyes wandered, and Eben could not help feeling that they looked somewhat lost. "Give me a moment," he said, letting Theron and Caleb go. Letting letting Theron letting Theron letting Theron let he said, letting Theron and Caleb go on without him. He crossed the room until he stood by Oren and Nella's table. Nella gave him a courteous nod, but Oren only glowered up at him. "My condolences for what happened to Lilith," Eben said softly. "That cannot be easy." Said softly, "That cannot be easy." Oren's brow furrowed deeper. "Get away from us, you sniveling little—" "Oren!" Nella cut him off. They matched glares until Oren relented, taking a sip from his cup. Nella looked back up to Eben. "Thank you, but I do not believe—" I do not believe Lilith could do this." "Times are strange indeed," said Eben. "Many have revealed in themselves—" said Eben. "Many have revealed in themselves things we can scarce imagine." "You mistake me," said Nella, frowning. "I mean, I do not believe Lilith could do it. She is no monster. I know it. Her voice broke, and she looked away. Eben stood uncomfortably for a moment. Then he tossed a gold weight upon the table. "Have you—" upon the table. "Have yourselves a fine bottle tonight." Oren glared. Tonight. Oren glared. "We do not need your coin, Drayden." "I know you do not need it, but I wish to give it. You may choose not to believe me, but her fate brought me no joy. Good evening." He backed away. For a moment he thought Oren would throw the coin at his face, but Nella picked it up, nodding her thanks, and then waved down a barman. Eben crossed the room and joined his friends at their table. "And why did you feel the need to take your life into your hands?" said Caleb, looking across the room in fear. "They have lost a friend," said Eben quietly. "If you think they do—" said Eben quietly. "If you think they do not feel the pain of that, just as we would, you misunderstand them." "Their friend is a murderer," said Theron, glaring into her cup of wine. "I think there is more to it than that," said Eben. "That is why I want to talk to her." He spoke the words without thinking and caught himself too late. His eyes widened. Theron's look sharpened at once, though it took her a moment to understand. When she did, she leaned in to whisper, "You mean to speak to Lilith?" What madness has taken you, Eben? I need both of us to speak to her. We know, though no one else wants to admit it, that Lilith could not have worked alone. I could still have traitors in my family, and they must be exposed. You want me to come with you? Theron leaned back and folded. You want me to come with you? Theron leaned back and folded her arms. Never. Not though my life depended on it. I have no wish to lay eyes upon her again. Not upon her again. Not even if it might save more lives? Even now the artifacts may be on their way across Underrealm. The criminals behind the theft are at large, and no one is yet safe. Theron glared, but Eben met her gaze and did not waver. Calum looked uncomfortably between them. Theron, it could help, he said. And besides... Help, he said. And besides, if you were so angry with her, you will never get a better opportunity to say so. You will never have another opportunity at all, said Eben. Once they find the artifacts, Lilith will be put to death. You'll never have another opportunity at all, said Eben. Said Eben. Once they find the artifacts, Lilith will be put to death. Theron blinked and looked away. Very well, if only to help you, and because of my failures to do so in the past. Thank you. Eben put a hand on Theron's. I will not... Theron's. I will not forget this. You had better not, she said, sighing. Then her eyes slid past him and brightened. But forget all of that now. Someone has arrived. Eben looked over his shoulder to see Adara stepping through the front door. She wore new clothes, or at least ones he had not yet seen, colored violet and trimmed in black. Eben and Calum stood to greet her, Calum blushing furiously. Good evening, Theron, and to you, Calum, said Adara. She smiled and then drew Eben in for a kiss. And good evening to you, my love. He grinned back at her. A good evening it is, now. Please, sit. We have ordered a fine bottle for ourselves, and Levin knows to bring you some mead. Thank you, she said, sliding down the bench. He took his place beside her. Levin soon came with the mead, and together they raised a glass. To year's end. Glass. The glass. To year's end, said Eben. A more eventful year I have never seen. To year's end, they said, and drank. Calum's eyes kept darting to Adara and then away again, his fingers fidgeting with his cup. Theron raised an eyebrow. What has you so anxious? Adara laughed lightly. It seems I have made the son of Connell uncomfortable again. I chose to wear his family's colors tonight. Aha, said Eben. Calum. Said Eben. Calum, you did not tell me. It is only that I was surprised, said Calum, his eyes on the table. And it has... Eyes on the table. And it has... well, it has made me think of someone else. Oh, said Adara. Has the young lord... Has the young lord at last found a spark to ignite a flame within his heart? Nothing so... Flame within his heart? Oh, nothing so grand, said Calum, but his cheeks had gone bright red. Eben frowned, but Theron laughed. We visited Eben's family only a few days ago. His sister Albie took quite a liking to our little noble-born friend. Adara looked to Eben. Albie took quite a liking to our little noble-born friend. Adara looked to Eben, and when she saw the look of annoyance on his face, she giggled. Look at the dutiful brother, holding back such stern words. I have no words, said Eben, hiding his face behind his goblet. Albie's doings are none of my concern. Theron snorted, while Adara hid a smile. But then she leaned forwards, and in a low voice said, When you sent your letter this morning, Eben, I was most glad. I have heard something more from the other lovers. It seems many academy instructors and other faculty have been seen along the east end of the seat, though no one knows quite what they are doing. Eben nodded slowly. We saw something of this already. Slowly. We saw something of... Slowly. Doing. Eben. Doing. They are doing. Eben nodded slowly. We saw something of this already. The new dean, Zane, has moved into a dwelling there, and it seems the High King has placed a guard around his house, though I know not why. Adara frowned. That hardly seems... Frowned. That... Adara frowned. That hardly seems to account for it. There have been many goings-on, far more than could be explained by one man taking residence in a new home. We were there, said Theron, shrugging. We saw them bringing... said Theron, shrugging. We saw them bringing in his possessions. Well, that is not all. Bringing in his possessions. Well, that is not all, Adara went on. That academy student has been seen about again, the one I spoke of before, only this time they were... Only this... Before, only this time they were spotted to the east, in the same area. In the same area as the dwelling you speak of. Eben shook his head. That does not matter now. Lilith has been caught and is in the care of the mystics. You will not see her skulking around again. The student was seen only last night. They all went very still. Eben, Calum, and Adara shared a look. Last night, said Eben. But Lilith was captured 4 days ago. Then it is not Lilith lurking about, said Adara. Theron stared down at her hands, but Calum shook his head. And we never had any reason to believe it was, if you think about it. Likely it is someone causing harmless mischief, may up going to see a lover, as you do, Eben. Yet I always return before curfew. Yet I always return before... I always return... I always, 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 always return, always.
There you are.
I always. Yet I always return before curfew, Eben muttered. All this talk of Zane's home and the... Eben muttered. All this talk of Zane's home and the skulking student had brought it back. The itch in his mind he had felt in his family's courtyard, like something heard and then forgotten. And now the image of Zane's home joined his scattered thoughts. He started in his seat as he suddenly felt someone at his elbow. Looking up, he found Oren standing over their table. The boy's dour expression had gone, and he smiled down at them magnanimously. Greetings, Eben and Caleb. Eben, I'm sorry for speaking angrily before. My mind is much preoccupied these days. Eben looked to Theron uncertainly. She broke off from glaring at Oren just long enough to give Eben a steely look. Worry not overmuch, said Eben carefully. These are strange times. Indeed. That is why I have come. I thought you and Caleb might wish to join me in the library. A number of us gather there in the evenings to share wine and conversation. We call ourselves the Goldbag Society. He chuckled and shook his head. Every merchant's child, every descendant of royalty. A chill crept down Eben's spine. He looked past Oren for Nella. He looked past Oren for Nella, but the girl was nowhere to be seen. That was Lilith's gathering, he stammered. But she is gone. He stammered. But she is gone. Oren shook his head. I have... his head. I have taken her duties in running the group. Your company would...
The group.
Group. The group. The group.
Those P's. And sometimes those B's. And every once in a while, those T's.
His head. I have taken her duties in running the group. Your company would be most welcome, as would yours, son of Connell. Eben could see that Theron was about to do something foolish, so he quickly cut her off. I thank you, Oren, but I will decline. I have friends to spend my evenings with already. But Oren frowned at Theron. She is no merchant's child, no descendant of royalty. Theron shot to her feet. I have had enough of this, and more besides. Leave us. You were not invited here, and they have already said they do not want to join your little gold-shitter club. Oren did not move. Instead, he glared at her, planting both fists on the table. They must join. We must do nothing, said Eben, growing irritated. Leave us be, or... Light flooded Oren's eyes. Light flooded Oren's eyes.
Oh my god.
Udded. Light flooded Oren's eyes as he reached for his magic, but Theron struck first, not with a spell, but with her fist. One hand chopped hard at Oren's throat, and the other struck him between the eyes. Her fist. One hand chopped hard at Oren's throat, and the other struck him between the eyes. He fell back with a cry, his head striking a table on the way down. He rolled over onto his stomach, groaning, while Caleb shouted and gripped Theron's arm to keep her from going after him. Eben was standing, unsure of what to do. Theron's arm to keep her from going after him. Eben was standing, unsure of what to do, but when Oren turned back to them, the glow had gone from his eyes. Instead, they were wild and wide, turning in all directions. At last he focused on Eben, mouth twisting in hate. "I know not what I was thinking," he spat.
Whoa, no.
Thinking, he spat. To have you in this whelp of a boy would shame us all. I am glad you have seen reason, said Theron, her voice filled with steel. Now be gone, or next I will use my spells. Oren fought to his feet and swept away, weaving between tables and bursting through the tavern's door. What few curious eyes had found them slowly drifted away. Eben took his seat, as did Theron, who was still fuming. That was most odd, said Adara, still looking in the direction Oren had gone. Mayhap you can tell your lover friends about it, said Theron. More whispers to slither across the seat. Theron, said Eben, frowning. It is all right, Eben. Adara put a calming hand on his arm. He was beastly. I am sorry it tarnished what was a most pleasant evening. Eben smiled at her, but Theron snorted and stood from the table. The night is still young. I shall see you back at the academy. Just now I find I need something more than wine to soothe me. She flung the tavern's door open and left. Caleb frowned. Do you think she will seek Oren and try to finish their fight? Eben shook his head. Theron is hot-headed, but even she is not so... Theron... shook his head. Theron is hot-headed, but even she is not so foolish. Is hot-headed, but... headed, but even she is not so foolish. I believe she makes for a house of lovers. Caleb blinked and sank back on his bench. Ah, I see. Speaking of which, said Adara, her hand sliding onto Eben's leg. Theron was right about one thing. The night is yet young. Eben smiled, but then he paused. He looked at Caleb, raising his eyebrows. Caleb, raising. At Caleb, raising his eyebrows. Caleb rolled his eyes. Oh, go on. It is the eve of the new year, after all. I shall go spend mine alone, in the library. Only do not leave me to pay for the drinks. My allowance is late, and it has been scant besides. Eben threw a gold weight onto the table, and then he and Adara stole off into the night, making for the blue door to the west.
Hey, 26 is done. Okay, last thing I'm going to do for today is prep the final session so that I am not held up by anything when I get into it tomorrow. Oh. God, am I going to finish this thing tomorrow? No, I'm not going to finish tomorrow. 26.
Chapter 36. Chapter 37.
Oh, what the hell, man.
The Mindmage's Wrath. Acknowledgements. Chapter 37. The Mindmage's Wrath.
Don't really know what happened there. Don't care.
Chapter 39.
Oh.
Chapter 40. Chapter 32.
All right. Do I want to go for the last session? Yes. Let's just have everything done and everything prepped. Oh. Boy, this like organization and administrative work is like actually editing audio. Fine, I can do it. I can do it kind of for a long time at a time. But this file organization and shit is just... it's not my favorite thing in the world. Let's just say that.
The Mindmage.
Okay, this one was painless. And done for the day. Okay. Okay. So we're moving along at a pretty rapid clip. Our best estimate right now is that it's 7.5 more hours to finish the book. However, I am going to end up having to completely edit some of the later chapters. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. What happened? Just trying to clean my mouse. So that doesn't mean... So basically, I think we'll get what? Tomorrow, we'll do the next 4 chapters, and then I'm going to have to dive in and start editing, which at my last editing pace was like 2,500 words an hour. So I'll probably do like 4 chapters. Oh dear. Twenty-six, 428. So it's looking like 10 hours of editing. So the editor is coming back on Sunday, so he'll pick up where I left off. So probably finish the edit on Tuesday. and QC Wednesday or Thursday, which means we'll publish this book next week. Yeah. And if I can work in any extra time over the weekend, then that'll help, but probably not, honestly. Yeah, exciting. All right, that's it for me. Who are we rating today? Who are we rating? Who are we rating? Who are we rating today? Bing. Mama Samu. Mama Samu. Oh, is she on break? Looks like she might be on break. If you could just stop playing an ad at me so I can see if she's on break. That would be fantastico. Break indeed. Oh, hey, Steph is on. All right, go say hi to Steph for me. She's an awesome gamer. We love her. And I will be back on early tomorrow morning as we continue on the Mindmage's Wrath. Thanks, everybody. Bye.
I'm hyped and happy. Hello, Liz.
Hi.
Welcome to my stream. Thanks for joining me.
Thanks. Yeah, it's gonna be fun.
I got way too gay right off the